Hello there. I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another marathon session of plugin coding because I need to get these finished so that people can use the newly recompiled plugins that use the double precision bus length and the various other changes I've been making. And yesterday, we did these. We have built all these. Hey Jess, inside these folders are build folders, and all of the retro plugins are there available to use. Today, we're going to build these. And I believe I get to skip these ones over because I think that's fixed. I believe that these are good. Certainly got the build folders handy. If I was to revisit them like this, looks about right. So we're going to be doing this little thing, going through and fixing all of this stuff as needed. So let's get back into the swing of it. We could be here all day doing this, but doing it means getting through to where I can do some of the other tedious stuff. And I believe some of this, like I can do the updates for the signed ones by moving the files in and doing some changes. Signed Mac files require one change in the CPP file, and it's a change that it changes from component entry. Let me see. Also, give me a second. And firewood. Just a moment. Yep. By the time I'm done with this day's work, it's going to be real warm in here because I'm keeping the wood fire kind of ticking over, but it's going to be for many hours. So it'll be real warm in here by the time I'm done. But for now, I've done all of those audio units. I've done the component files. And all of the other changes I do are in the info plist file, or the plugin exp file, or the actual Xcode project. And I've been going through and doing all of those. But it looks to me like the CPP files, I have to edit them and change the entry point right up the top by adding audio and AU base factory. It's find component entry parenthesis and replace it with audio component entry parenthesis AU base factory comma. I can automate that. That's a find and replace. So what we're going to be doing is copying all of the files over, going to the directory, the working directory that the copies are in, making that change, and then dropping them all into the signed folders rather than trying to change all the project files and stuff. VSTs, VSTs, if I get the these dark, HCPP and the proc CPP, if I get those right, I should be able to transfer them over to everything. I can drop them into the Linux and build those all from scratch, and then those will be taken care of. I can drag them one by one into a Windows environment and go through and produce the Windows 32 and 64-bit files. That is a one-at-a-time process. So I might be setting up to do that on stream as well. That will be another marathon session. It'll take days. So I'll hang out with you while I do that. And dropping them into the signed VST folder should be all I'll need to go through and just build all the VSTs one after another. So for the, more than 250, I think, of these, I have to do a set of behaviors, change the Xcode scheme to Intel and M1. And I need to remember to hit that little menu item and set it to the appropriate thing every time. But if I fail to do that, if I gather all of the plugins into one place, the ones that aren't done correctly will be much smaller, so I can go and double check and set them back, go find the ones that I did make mistakes on and redo them. So yeah, here is our workflow. I don't believe for a second that AAX format is going to be more accurate. That doesn't make it, like my plugins have dithering to the floating point bus, at least on 32-bit. I don't believe you're going to get more accurate than that. And I don't believe that AAX is using a bus format that is deeper than double precision. I feel like I would have heard about that, or that my approach would be less weird if that was true, so I don't think that's the thing. I'd like some explanation as to why anybody would think that would be more accurate, because it sounds like nonsense to me. If you can find any reason for that, I'd be interested to hear it. Anywho, here's the situation we're in. We're going to start doing all of this again, but this time we're doing it with the VST plugins while keeping the wood stove fire going. Oh, and one more thing. In theory, today is the day that the new sampler arrives, the one that I'm going to be working with as a result of Patreon and agreeing to do the an old sampler and do plugins around that. We settled on the ASR10 because I'm not going to be able to afford an SP1200. And since I had put aside in what I promised to Patreon, I had put aside, when I added everything that I could up, enough to cover the ASR10. I bought one in Reverb, and if all goes well, it shows up today. At which point I will stop doing this, which I'm getting started with very, very slowly, and I'll bring it in, I'll open up the box and get it out and set it up where it's going to live, patch it into audio, and we'll see what we got, basically. I think I might... I'm trying to think of whether it is a mono or a stereo sampler. We'll find out. If it arrives today, we'll find out. Meanwhile, it's kind of cold in here, but the fire is going, so it will be warmer. And we've got work to do with this. So let's see. This is a stereo plugin, so none of these should be using FPT here. However, we might be able to, like, is this, you see that exists here and here. Does that exist anywhere else? And can I copy and paste this? Because in the VST land, that will never be correct. So if I've got this, I will always want to fix it. First of all, let's see if we paste it in. And then if I paste it in there, and I shouldn't need to worry about MaxSign VST because we're just going to be copying files over to do that. So if we do decide to simply do this. Oh, and look, I need to do it up here too. Is that going to apply to a bunch of different files or just the wrong thing? I feel this might be one of those days when I'm just talking like a madman and you can't follow anything that I say, but this is about me doing this work rather than about being particularly coherent. So, oh, and you know what? There's another issue with that. That needs changing too. So I'll do this and then I'll do this on the 43. And I'll close this. And I'll go look at something that I've done already that hopefully has been done right and see how close I got. (23 and 17). See where it says 23 and 17? So that is the update I'm going to want. Got it out of coils. Coils is correct. Let's go through and replace all of these formulations with what I've just set it to. And then we're going to do it again, but look for 43. I am using Xcode on a Snow Leopard Antique laptop. All of this stuff is very retro compatible. I'm building plugins that would work on PPC Macs. Hey, Colicorn. I have not learned Juice yet. I know people who know how to do it. I'm not one of those people. That said, if I was to expand into other kinds of plugins, I would need to do it, and I would also need to abandon all of the backward compatibility that I do. I got more rest this night than the previous night. So, strangely, I'm actually more tired, but hopefully I'll get a second wind. Because we're just starting and it's going to become a huge deal. Replace all. Come on, you can find at least one. Oh, okay, all of those dithers. I found one there. And we're gonna, I remember it's 43 I was looking for. Same deal. Let's go and do all of these. Yep, all the VSTs. And nothing earlier than dark got replaced, so I don't need to rebuild anything earlier. But one thing I'm going to do, since I know this is a formulation was 37, right? See, now I know that I'm going to want to change it to the denormalization that I currently use. Let's see whether we have any of this. If we have any of this, we have the 43 too. And there are no circumstances. Oh, and also that FPD will need to be changed. There's no circumstances where I'll be using that, so let's see what we got. And we're in the Mac VST folder and nowhere else. We didn't have any of those, so we won't have any of the 43, but do we have L and R? It would build, but it wouldn't be what we want. Do we have any of this? If we do, we have the 43 as well. No. Let's double check. Watch how we're basically all ready, okay? Looks to me like we just fixed that. Oop. Let's start over. Because we just changed that. Therefore, if we build it, and it worked. Now that we're doing that, let's go and see what's going on. Here's our controls. We are initializing correctly. This is a dither style thing. What have we got at the base of this? That seems right. And up at the beginning, we've got one of those denormalization things. Alrighty. That build succeeded. A auspicious beginning to this process. As we get on to about noon, I might need to stop and make like a sandwich or something at some point. Cola corn? I have been using nothing but 96K for some time because my recent plugins, especially recent versions of console, are designed to work with an elevated sample rate, and I don't find that I need to go all the way to 192. I'm finding that 96K works for me as far as what I'm trying to make happen. Dark noise. Can we build it? Yes, we can. Doing spot checks as I start off, just to remind myself of the state of things and what it's supposed to look like. For instance, that's what that's supposed to look like. And then as we finish it, this is what the 32-bit dither is supposed to look like, and the 64-bit has that stuff commented out, so it's updating the noise generating stuff because we're using it in some places. But we're not running this code. because if we're working at 64-bit and our working variables are already 64-bit, then we don't need to dither to also 64-bit. That doesn't gain anything. Like basically, if you're running a VST host that's running a 64-bit bus, that's the native bus that Airwindows runs on, so we get to save a conversion and save some extra coding and processing in the process. And that's what I would encourage. So it might be a matter of like, okay, everybody use Reaper or use whatever it is that will run that. I know that Reaper gives you the option of doing it. That could be something that I learn going forward, as far as I have ambitions about like using the music system and so on, rather than just only doing jam sessions. I'm starting to learn how to put together arrangements and like songs with beginnings and middles and ends and stuff. Perhaps even adding vocals and singing, because I've got some microphones that would do the job of handling presenting singing appropriately. Notably, that Beyer, the Beyer ribbon mic, which is the one that the Eagles used live, and I believe on recordings at times as well. Ribbon mics, in particular those kinds of Beyers, it's a very bright sound, but also it's a ribbon, so it's also very smooth at the same time, and anything that you sing into it makes it sound like, I don't know, pop hit or whatever. It doesn't have like edge and personality and rasp and so on. It smooths everything out and makes it sound kind of processed. And so what you do is you put it into a good preamplifier, like an API, which I've got, and then don't process it afterwards, or maybe like de-ess it if it's really a problem. But it's a ribbon, it's not a condenser, so it's not likely to demand lots of de-essing. And then put it into your mix. I believe it is a... Well, maybe I can see if I can... As one of these. No. M500. M500 is the one that is brighter than your average Beyer. It's got a extremely powerful pop filter, so you're not going to hurt it by popping into it. M160 is exceptionally sweet sounding, and it's more general purpose. This M500 is more along the lines of that sound that I wanted. It does manage to do that. So if you can get a 160, I would in fact encourage that. That's a great mic to get, but it's not going to be quite the same. It is less immune to pops, and it has less of a present boost. The M160 will like smooth and soften you a little bit, and that's less appropriate for if you're doing like lead, looking for the Beyer ribbon lead vocal sound. Again, Eagles harmonies, a lot of those that you've heard on old records and live things, they're using those partly because they're also super hypercardioid. They have a very, very tight polar pattern, and that's useful live, and that's useful in a lot of places. But the other reason they're using it is because it gets that sound. And if you're doing like music that's meant to sound nice, or where everything is meant to be appealing, you can get gnarly and irritating sounds out of all different kinds of stuff. But if you want something that makes you sound kind of like a star and makes everything that you do sound like it's nice and you meant for it to be that way, Beyer M500 seems like a pretty good choice. I am looking forward to doing stuff with it. And again, like I said, I might be switching from, because I wouldn't be doing any of that in Bespoke. Bespoke is more of an improvisational tool or a composing tool or a modular synthesizer tool, a jam kind of thing. Whereas if I was making a song, I'd be setting up the basic tracks probably in Bespoke, because I'm very used to using it that way. But then once it came time to lay down individual tracks and work with them, I'd be switching over to something like Logic Pro or Reaper. And if Reaper lets me work with VSTs at 64-bit, that's kind of like, yeah, maybe it's time to switch over to Reaper and start learning that. It's also a little more affordable than Logic. And very friendly in that they let you continue using it in demo mode for basically forever. I've got a version of it installed on the Windows virtual machine where I never registered it, and I've used it for testing out whether the plugins work. And glancing to the side because lately I just grind through them and I haven't been testing them in the Windows machine because they basically just work. But I have registration for that version of Reaper and I never put it in. So my Mac versions of Reaper are registered, and the one on the Windows machine runs unregistered all the time and just continues to let me use it. And yeah, the thing about Reaper is learning how to find my way through all of the different possibilities that it has, but I have done that before. It just didn't stick for me. If you produce at 96K and import an audio file that is 44.1K and do a sample rate conversion, no, it doesn't get so much worse. It's still good to use. What you're doing is a higher quality version of what people doing oversampling are doing constantly and all the time. Oversampling is a sample rate conversion up and then back down for no good reason, and then back up again the next time you need it, and back down for no good reason. I see that as a useless thing. But if you're producing at 96K and you need to bring in an audio file that's 44.1K, maybe you're like, if you're doing that in Logic, then the DAW will do a sample rate conversion for you if you want. It's fine. Go ahead and do that, and there's no reason you can't. Like, folks, remember the other day when I showed you the album that I mixed? Everything on that was recorded at 48K and upsampled to 96 for the mix. Every single track in there, because when the guy was doing the tracks and recording it at the studio on reel-to-reel tape and then getting them transferred, when he got them transferred, he had them transferred at 48K because that's what the person wanted to do. And it was absolutely fine. Not only that, if you do that, you have a legitimate 96K file at the end because all of your compression and everything, all of your nonlinearity is going to be working at 96K, so the entire sound of the mix will legitimately use information at 96K and develop legitimate information up to wherever you might need it, rather than only at the limit of, you know, what the oversampling would be. So importing stuff and then working with it in a mix at 96K is absolutely fine. Well, Connor, the way that I'm working with my stuff now, aliasing does happen higher up, yes, but I filter. You can also filter between every stage that generates aliasing, but you never have to do the downsampling again. Like upsampling, absolutely, I'm down with that. But, you know, and it's an important part of oversampling, yes. But why would you ever downsample again? Why would you ever downsample again? Unless you're going to an MP3 or something, in which case you can often convert stuff like that directly to an MP3. It'll just ignore everything beyond the frequencies you're concerned with. I mean, that's really the question. Is like, upsampling, yes, absolutely. Why would you ever downsample once you have? If you're doing your work, you have a legitimate 96K information. Why would you ever downsample once you've got that? Let me continue doing this, so I will bog down seriously. DC voltage probably doesn't have much to do. doing a lot of spot checks. If your files are 96K, I see no reason why you would ever mix in 44. These are very simple plugins. Look at that. Look at that. No errors there. The entire thing fits within one screen. That's what DC voltage does. Oh, and remember that the console system is based on having plugins on every channel and every bus. So if you're mixing in console, everything is going to require upsampling or a higher sample rate. And anytime you are downsampling, you're either doing a bad job of it or you're eating a bunch of CPU doing it. Again, I don't see the use. I don't see the use. Also, remember, a bunch of my stuff that uses delays and reverbs and things is undersampling its stuff, so it doesn't have to generate all of the processing every single time. Like if you ran it 192K, it'll do 1 out of 4 in interpolate between them. And that works pretty well as far as I've encountered it, especially for situations where if you're doing a very elevated sample rate and the kind of sound that you're using has no serious highs to it, then what you can do is the undersampling and some simple averaging, and it'll smooth out the highs very nicely that way. Just added another little light up there. Well, people do what they do is kind of the bottom line there. People are going to do what they do. And the people who are looking to do stuff better, there's a million different opinions about how that is done. Let's see. I get more comfortable, like my side is hurting me, and that built. Let's do another spot check. Double replacing, looking good. That's correct. See, the VSTs are more straightforward. Oh, this is not going to be straightforward at all. Also, rather than pick up my lips, let me significant other got me onto BlizzTex. So I need to work on general comfort throughout, because this is an enormous task, and I got to be able to do it. Got to be able to hang in there and do this stuff. Hopefully I'll ramp up in speed here. But here's the thing. This is something that I'm going to need to enhance. And I know just how I'm going to do it. And the actual floating point dither stuff, and that's all done. But I need to do this, and it's going to be a huge upgrade. Oh, Connor, sorry to hear it. It's going to be a huge update to Linux, folks, because this previously used like dozens of rand calls every sample. And that made it unusable on Linux. Freaking stitch in my side, damn. Tell you what. Just lean over this way, and the important thing is me doing this, and so let's step through this stuff. Caps lock. We need one of those, and we need it also down here. But not just that, because this is not Gaussian. This is now just flat dither amplified, so we need to change it. Well, the thing is, if you get heavy into oversampling for stuff that's distorting, it turns into a different kind of sound, and it's a sound that I don't like very much. You wind up with this very smoothed off, band limited type of distortion, but the amount of processing that you have to do takes a massive toll. Especially, like, if people are implementing oversampling and getting higher orders of filtering through running all of their processing at floating point 32-bit precision, they're screwing themselves over completely, because they're diving into a massive burst of 32-bit processing and doing lots of extra processing in the it's like a terrible idea. And the nature of doing that kind of thing means that they would be more likely to use that than they would to do it in a fancy way. One of those between each of those, and then one more on the end. Yes, yes, there it is. Same deal here. And we can use the same one for the denormalization because it's in a special case. Doesn't matter that this and this are going to be the same. Now back up to here. And now we have to take FTP R. Same deal between these. 5 of them it takes. Five of those. And that is DECRECA taken care of. Plugin intern fun? I don't actually know what you mean. And in some cases, if you forcibly oversample stuff of mine, that's doing it harm. And my plugins don't have tabs, so ha. Anyways, we're done with that now. That was one of the ones that complicated and needs a lot of help. I think some of these are going to be fairly straightforward. In particular, if they just say succeeded, I think I can probably trust them and run with them. So it's theoretically possible that I can go through these quicker than the AUs. No, don't worry about it. I'm understanding what you're saying. Understanding what you're saying doesn't always equal agreeing with it or doing what you tell me to, but I can follow it, and it's useful to hear stuff, including hearing stuff that you don't agree with or like. See, here we are. Just double checking, spot checking on this. This seems to be fine. I think if I hit random numbers being generated in here, I will be seeing them as just FPD, and I'll need to update them. Like, if it is going through without issue, that means that we've done all of the work, and since these are more consistent than the AUs are, not totally consistent, but more consistent than the AUs are, I'm more likely to be able to just grind through them and actually be done earlier in the afternoon, at which point I would switch over and start doing some of the other duties that I have to do with them, like copying them over to other directories and fiddling with all that, which is cumbersome and distracting, and I'll be drinking more cups of coffee just being able to keep up with that, but it is also necessary, and I'm waiting on that. I'm going to lose patience with clearing the succeeded, because see, I'm wanting to go through and well, cola corn, I'm talking about running at a higher sample rate. People usually are not. What I build these days and the way my stuff is working these days, especially if you count things like hypersonic, ultrasonic, hypersonic X, insist upon you are already running at 96K. I don't know of anybody else who is advocating running at 96K and putting in ultrasonic filtering stages between nonlinear things, but that's what I'm doing. That's how you will get extra stages of ultrasonic filtering, the foldback filtering, through nonlinear things without running extra stages of lousy downsampling all the time. And I think that it works really well. And I'm absolutely sold on that, but nobody else is doing this. Nobody else is approaching that. So you kind of have to, if you were going to be running at 44.1K or something for your entire mix, you might as well get into oversampling for all the difference it would make. You're going to be handicapped by, Neil Young thinks you're handicapped if you're not running at 192. So consider that one. In that light, 44.1 is miles away. Everybody that is running at 44.1, by all means, go and be doing oversampling and stuff, but I think I'll be able to do better than that. And if you're talking about oversampling versus running at 44.1K without attempting anything like oversampling, then yeah, in that case, not doing the oversampling while running at 44.1 would be by far the worst. In Colacorn, I'm working on getting my plugins to support your Psytrance production. Presumably you're on either Intel or AMD. What I'm doing should directly help being able to do that. So if you can't run 96K in your production, that's what I'm trying to work on today. I'm literally doing the VST plugins that you will end up using, and you might not be able to use the ones that you've got now, because if you've got, you'll have the long double ones. And this is what I keep trying to clear, but I probably don't need to. It is a warning that says if deprecated a conversion from string content to char, and that is in the VST SDK, not even my code. And then if I do it again, it ignores the warning. So theoretically, I can simply ignore the warning the first time. I really don't need... Oh, I got somebody asking for an extra distance today. I can ignore that and just get into a kind of rhythm of doing this stuff, which hopefully will work well. Somebody's asking for distance 3 because they want the sound of distance but without the slight clippiness of it. And then they found that distance 2 wasn't able to step on the highs and presents as much, and they also want to be able to do channels separately, like a stereo plugin where they can step on a stereo effect and be like, I'm going to automate this so that the voice that I've got coming in starts in the distance at stage left and goes up to the front in stage right. And it's like, cool, okay. That sounds like it makes a lot of sense, so that's going to be in my head. I'll be thinking about what I can do there. And that is actual choices that you make about what you're doing in the mix are going to be more important. You're absolutely right there. And give me a second, because I'm going to try to prop this up with this little, it's a spacer that you can put into car suspensions. And I want to try to prop the laptop up so that I don't wreck myself. It'll also probably help cool it. That might be good. But I keep having to stare down at this, and I'm getting backaches and getting messed with. So let's see about trying to fix these things. There's our Command B. Got that. Oh, hello. Ditherbox, we have lots of issues. Got to fix that. First of all, there's supposed to be FPD L and R in here. Let's put it in. I think I got something going on. No, I know I have something going on because I need to have the noise. There. So, what else have we got? So that got us through that, but now we need to assign it correctly so that if we are generating a random sound, we're using the correct left and right assignments here, and we'll just continue going through and trying to find out what we're doing. And it's ditherbox, so this is generating a bunch of stuff. There's another L. There's an R. A lot of these are using something. Oh boy, look at that. Oh, I'm missing it. I'm missing this. Caps lock, please. Got a lot more to do here. Gonna have a lot more to do there. Got a lot more to do everywhere. Let's just try doing... Yikes. Let's try finding right things to do and doing them. Same problem here with the Gaussian. If those are rand calls, it's going to crush computers and make them fail. But since they're not rand calls, it's becoming a flat instead of Gaussian. They're not individual random sources unless I explicitly make them be. So a lot of work to do in here. Oh boy, and more. Oh my God, what was I doing with Ditherbox AU? Let's go and open up Ditherbox AU because this is a big pile of mess right here. I'm not happy with how big of a mess that is. I might have some fixing to do here too, to have Ditherbox actually be a functioning, working thing. So here's our AU. How big of a mess is this? It's a big mess. Okay. So here's the deal. In Ditherbox AU, I didn't run into problems building it because every time I use FPD there, it's a dual mono thing. And so for that reason, I thought that it was working properly, and I have failed to update all of the things that need to be updated. So both of these need lots of work. Let's see what we can do. We'll do them all in parallel. How's that? And the first thing we're going to do is go through here and bust this into 3 places. That's going to require something. I'm not happy with how the laptop is propped up. Doesn't feel natural to me. I'm going to be in for it today, but I might be just stuck hunched over the whole day, so I don't know, rip my back, I guess. Anywho, this is a thing that absolutely needs to be fixed. And here's my original code, which also needs to be fixed. So these need help. This needs muchos help. This needs the same thing that I put in the other. Because you see, if you have a complicated statement like this, contingent rand equals, and it's 2 rand calls, the 2 successive rand calls will not be the same number. If they're just FPD, they will be the same number, and that will no longer work as a TPDF, so I have to construct it separately. So I got to do some debugging here just to make this work at all. However, that is all I need to do for it, so we've got that. This one is early version of Naturalize. I only have 1 random source there. Or do I? Case 9. The hell? Oh no, that's contingent. Do we have separate naturalize and NJAD? That's insane. Okay. I don't really quite know what I'm seeing here, but we got a slew only, we got a subs only. This is Ditherbox, so that makes no frickin' sense. Why have we got these? Ooh, that's upsetting. Not really, really upsetting, but it's upsetting. Oh, no, it's meant to be there. Yeah, that's meant to be there. So, first of all, this is going to take a while. Bear with me. This is what we're doing today. This is our job for today. Ditherbox requires that I put R and L into all of these, so that's what we're going to do. Still not happy about having to be hunched over doing this. Nothing to do about it. Rip my back. Wish me luck, guys. That's L's. This is ours. It'll still compile this way, but I need to do more than this. Yeah, and Ditherbox has original naturalize and also on JAD. And what I'm doing today is trying to assign these correctly, so yay me. I'm trying to find where it says what it says. You know, once I finish walking through all of this, I can try to compile again and it will tell me. It will show me where I still have failed to do it. Slew only, subs only, we don't have noise in there. Silhouette, oh, we do have noise in here. That's no good. That is no good. Got to go way up here and find this. Go down here to where the other thing was that I was working on. That's the thing. Interesting. Okay, are we doing this twice? Are we doing this in mono? What are we doing? This all says L, so we're going to keep it L. I'll figure it out later. And that all says R, so I'm going to keep it R. Okay. Ye gods. Deliver me my damn sampler so that I can stop doing this. Do something else for a bit and then get back to this. Well, it's not even 1 yet, so like normally I'm not even up and running at this time. Seems like there's a darn good reason for getting into this early. Because this is going to be a bear getting through. Endless cups of coffee. So, unfortunately it's not showing me every single time this blows up, but that's okay. I can look for these and try to label them correctly. And then I'm going to go back in there and update everything so that it's not simply flat every time it is. Okay, got that one. 10 nines is a big pile. Oh, hello, I see another thing. L, L, R, R. I have to make this progress. Like, I have no choice. I got to get through this, otherwise I will be breaking a working plugin. And by working, I mean since it makes so many rand calls, it's just an inherent part of how it works. In some ways, it's not a working plugin. Like, if you tried to use this on Linux where rand blocks execution, it's very unlikely that it, like, you couldn't use it for mastering. You'd be dropping frames all the time. So we're making this into a working plugin where it kind of was not before, because it's just trying to do too much with the inherent rand of the system. And here we have my big stack of stuff. So one. Meh, if I miss it, I'll get it the second time around. These ones are right channel, so no, wrong. And now those are labeled correctly, but there's a lot more to do. Here's the thing I had to do. I have to do this because these are both L, but they need to be distinct and separate random sources, not just the same one twice. Same deal here, and in the original AU, which was not as done as I thought. I work in 96K with 64-bit. They do not work in 96K with 32-bit float. With the following exception, if you are on core audio, then your bus is always going to be 32-bit float, and that's why I dither to it. R, followed by another R. Where are more? I can find them later if I need to. Why am I not seeing another random? Well, I'll find them later if I need to. I don't see them. I don't see it. I don't see it there either. I just heard a noise. Maybe that's the delivery. Wouldn't that be exciting? Are we excited? I see. What in the world have we got here? If this is mine, FedEx has come way down in the world. That's a frickin' U-Haul. Well, as long as I'm waiting to hear whether that's actually the thing or not, I might as well do more of these. When you were me? Oh wow, you're future me. Cool. Yes, I can't tell whether that is the synth arriving or whether some random person in a U-Haul parking in front of my house. Nothing in subs only. I'm keeping on checking on this. I'm gonna guess that's it. Got something for me?
Yeah, yes.
All right, you put it down there. It's fine. I can do that.
First initial?
C.
Last name?
Johnson.
How do you spell it?
Johnsson.
Okay, thanks.
Alrighty, that was very interesting, but that is what I was hoping it was going to be. So we're going to do a little, we're going to finish up Ditherbox and then go from there. Okay. I'm back. That was, in fact, the sampler. And that's a really interesting choice. They literally put stickers on the road case and like zip tied the latches together and sent it like that. I've never seen that done. I don't think I've ever seen that done. I guess you can. I guess that's the thing that you can do. We'll find out whether we successfully did it or whether like they sent the road case in, then somebody took the zip ties off and just like took the synth out and just sent me the box. For the time being, I need to finish Ditherbox in both of these versions. And yeah, experimenting with delays is interesting. Like you filter and delay things, and you can do a lot there. And all you got to do is start. Some of my stuff is very simple. It doesn't need to be too overwhelming just to start. And let's see, do we still have this in the buffer? We sure do. Come to think of it, how about you? Do you have this? You also need this update, but you're not in stereo or twice. So you only need it once. There. Update for Ditherbox's implementation of Silhouette. And now that we've done that, we're done. We're at the end. Now we got to go up to the beginning and start. Well, no. Let's do the AU version first and get it out of the way. Then we can do the left and right versions on the VST. We need this line of code everywhere we need a fresh random number. So way the heck up here, and then we're going to dig through here and find where we need those. All-pass filters are neat too. They're a weird combination between a delay and something else. They're very handy effects. God, so there's a place where we need this. See, FPD, and then we need to do this again before running it again. We can leave that fine because we don't need to have a separate one for denormalization and the random number, but every time we need to repeatedly use it, like this, we're using it once here, so that's fine. Once here, that's fine. That's not even. Yeah. I think quadratic also ended up being called high gloss. And here, now we're needing a whole bunch of these. So, oh, interesting spacing. Why are you doing that? Do I care? No, I don't. Actually, let's do it after each FPD. That was wrong. And got that taken care of. Here's another one. We need to do this over. So we needed that. No all caps, please. Semicolon. Oh, how messy. Well, nothing to be done about that. And in that way, we make this into multiple statements. Let's straighten it out while we're at it. We didn't straighten out the other one, but we're going to straighten out this. Now it's in multiple statements rather than just stacked up. So that's what we need out of there. Only one FPD. We don't need to do anything here. Nothing there. Nothing there. Here, man, the It's just not doing a good job of tab spacing. We're doing that, and then we're looking for another random number, so we need to do that. And save and build, and we have a problem already. I bet that's not the only problem either. I like having lots of parens, although it's somewhat... Oh, good heavens. What are you doing? What are you doing? Got there. Okay, so we have built Ditherbox in an actually functioning form. Yay! That means we have not made a update that actually breaks everything. You know, that is a dreaded thing. You never want to do that, and that's why I hate updating stuff in general, because I always assume a lot of times that's what's going to happen is, like, oh, please do install all of these updates, and they just screw you over by doing something wrong. I've avoided that this time around. But now we need to do it here. And here is a missing place where I forgot to L and R it. Now that I've done that, now we need to go through and do what I did just then. And see whether the tab spacing is as bad as in the other one. And do it 4 times rather than just once, because I have left and right versions, and I have left and right versions on both process replacing and double replacing. So here we go. Here we go. If I can get through this, then... Oh, looking better already. You want to avoid getting into a situation where it basically just all blurs together. It is meaningless. You know, that gets worrying. Oh, and I don't need that last one. It needs to be between all of the random calls. We're not doing rights, we're doing lefts. And here's the thing that I had to do over. Let's see if I can do it right this time. I started with a lot of distortions. Now we shall see whether that builds correctly. It should, we hope. But remember, the whole purpose of doing that was so that I could do this. that tpdf start needs to have two distinct random numbers in it. So we just did that. We did that thing. Where else? Where else? Where else? Where else? Where else is the... Not there. See, at this point I can miss these and break it, but it won't give an error because it's a semantic bug rather than a textual bug. Rather than telling the wrong variable, I'd be having the variable not doing stuff that it has to do. So this is the stage where I have to pay closer attention, because if I get this wrong, it will compile. It'll compile and work, but it'll compile and not work. And something in here, there it is. Okay, more. And we've not done any of the rights, but we're going to go through again and do this for here. That's 1. Here's 2. So we need 1 between these. 1 again. Here's where I need to start putting these between everything. And we don't need that last one. And then I have even more. I have this. And we're hand coding this stuff because I want to save what's in my copy buffer. This old version of Xcode blinks parentheses for you if you skip over them. Oh, Music or Mammoth, this is what I'm doing right now. Don't do that right now. You will be doing it wrong. If you try to do that, you have broken code. Don't try to clone Airwindows from GitHub right now. It's not ready. You're literally walking in on me doing all of this work of the refactoring. And if you simply do that, it will be horribly broken, and all the stuff that you do will be wrong. So yeah, wait on that. I'm working on that today, like literally today. And usually it's much easier than this, but this particular pile of garbage is a pile of garbage and it's a pain in the butt. So let's see, not doing the R. I'm glad I caught this, though. I am glad I caught this. It's too big of a pile of mess to deal with. I can't tell whether I can see FPD in here or not anymore. But I know that it went beyond. I can also tell when I have lots of something. Silhouette, there we go. So we need 1 increment between these two. And now we're at the very bottom of the file. It's time to copy this and put it in all of the places it needs to be. Once we've done that, we can compile this and hopefully move on to stuff that is not as big a pile of hell as this has been. You know, it's all very well when you just have to like fix variables that are the wrong name or whatever. Then when it's semantic bugs and problems where you have to get all of this stuff exactly right, and it will compile without error even if you have got it wrong, that's the stuff that burns you out really fast. And I would have hoped I didn't get into this. But I got into this. At least I can see where I have this, right? So that's correct, and I see it mirrored up here. So I can kind of keep an eye on that. These need nothing. This needs everything. And here is the corresponding version. And we don't need the final one. And there's our contingent format for above. And now we do the same thing for the first time over here. There's the parent that we need. So far, so good. So far, so good. I think we've got that, but. This is the purpose of having done that. And this doesn't need any help. This doesn't have any rand for some reason. Oh, my back is going to hurt by the end of today. Like if I'm using the desktop, which is there, I can be like this rather than like this. So my back is going to hurt. That's just maybe to the end of subs. And we got one more in here for silhouette. And it goes there. And now double precision version of the same. So there's our initial TPTF. Balder doesn't require it. Tape doesn't require it. Double Paul doesn't require it. And here's where we start putting it in again. One. What the hell was that? How the hell did that happen? Guys, I was just trying to do something. I'm not really quite sure why you did that to me. Where'd we leave off? We left off here, so sample. And we don't need that final one. I think I must have hit like 2 arrows at the same time or something, and it just bounced me to the bottom of the file for no good reason. Thanks, Xcode. And that looks about right. Here's our left, now we got to do the right. Did I just do that right? Yes, I did. If I'm remembering this correctly, yep, that's good. And the whole purpose of that was to be able to put this in between those 2 calls. Or those 2 uses of the variable is what that's about. And that should have done that. So using it once, that's still good. Wasn't in here anywhere else. NJD is not using it at all, at least in this incarnation. So only nope, subs only nope. But underneath it, silhouette is in fact going to require that. I think we might have done it. Let's find out. Can you build? Are you building? It built. It succeeded. Alrighty. So I believe that just got Ditherbox out of my way. Man, that's messy. I had to stretch. Oh. Hey, remember what I told you? I told you once I finished doing Ditherbox, I was going to do something else. Namely, guess what? It's unboxing time. Let's have a look at the new sampler. The one that I am here to do plugins on. Oof. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to set stuff out of the way so that I can put it in the place it's going to live. And we're going to fire it up and maybe make noises with it even. I'm gonna take off all these silly ass stickers. That's probably the shipping. So yeah. I don't know who's here, but this is, as promised, unboxing of the ASR 10. Let's see what we got. It's in this box. Unless it's not. If it's not in this box, I have problems. And I will be needing to do something about it. But in theory, it's in this box sealed up by these little zip ties. This is like a toenail clipper, and I use this for cutting leads off of resistors and chips and things when I am soldering. It's dedicated to that purpose, and is also quite capable of cutting these. I gotta say, that's the most pathetic high security shipping job I've ever seen. Dun dun dun. Here's a bunch of discs. This is not only about running on the discs, but looks like I do have discs for it. Here's a big old piece of foam. That is an ASR 10. Here's an SD card. I do not think it could be running off of this. This can't be its actual power cable, because that would be crazy. This is a USB and a Apple adapter, apparently. Here's its real power cable. So yeah, how do we get this out? Are we going to lose the case? Is this going to fall over and hurt me? Well, for now, let's just look at it the way it is. There it is. Yay! I'm going to take a moment while we're looking at this the way that it is and run Chromium so that I can see if there's even anybody here. Because, yeah, as promised, unboxing. And my question becomes, okay, so I got about 4 people on YouTube, 1 person on Twitch, and anybody who's watching this afterwards. So part of unboxing is picking the thing up and getting it out of the box. I have the Rhodes here where I can put it, and it'll probably fit exactly right. It is, of course, also fairly heavy. And I don't know where all these cables go, so my concern is breaking it while trying to pick it up, or dropping it or dumping the case onto myself. It's precipitously balanced on top of this. Let's see whether these plug into anything. Science point to know. Let's gently place those on the floor. Oh look, I have keys. I guess this must be to the case. And if I pick this up, does the case topple over? Nope. My purpose now is getting this case the hell out of the way. power SanDisk adapter. I guess that's for something. This spare foam goes back in here. It seems to have done its job of protecting it in its journey. So, yay for it, I guess. And now this big old case needs to get the heck out of my way. Do I need... I can put this key inside the case. I simply will not lock this lock. So if I don't put the key inside the case, I'm going to lose it. Oh, no. You need to pull it. Why didn't it not close? There. I'm never going to be an unboxing boy. Oh, I see why this is dented. This case doesn't want to close properly because there is a dent in here getting in its way. But that time I got it. So it's going to be much lighter now. And it is. That case can probably be reused for other things. For instance, this type of case I've sometimes thought about using for like a making either a modular system or, you know, all that perf board DIY stuff. You get a suitable big box and you put that stuff in it. For now, however, that is moving over there. I may want, I'm trying to figure out whether I want to bring over basically a guitar amp to run this into for now, which I think might be a good idea. Because the thing is, I'm not set up to patch this into my overall system at the moment. So here, let's bring this over. So ASR 10. In theory, I should be able to make this work. I dare say it's probably going to start out. It is stereo. I see a left and a right channel. What that means to me is that I can snatch some cables from one of my, like I've got my Alpha Junos patched into inputs, and I'm currently set up to do that off of the NerdSeek, and so I can take the cables I'm using for that, or I can take the cables that I was using for like Rototron Rhodes and use those. But this is what you got. The SCSI port is back here, so that gets plugged in. Hello. This is worrying. We have here a power supply that is hot garbage. I think that got killed in the process somewhere. But all it is a USB power supply and a cable. So if I can get a cable that does this without having the shredded and completely destroyed power adapter, I'll still be good. Like this is replaceable. This shipped in completely broken condition and this will never work, so I'm glad I didn't try to plug it in. But this will be unaffected because I just need to plug power into it, that's all. So there's the first thing. And this plugs in here. And I can probably loop it around so that I can get access to it. Craziest effect? I don't know, man. I've made a number of things that aspire to that goal. First things first, I can plug this power cable in under here, and I'm kind of, oh look, input levels, mic and line. We got a switch for that. We got 2 audio inputs, and the input level control is back here. It's turned up all the way. So that suggests that I can improvise stuff. I don't necessarily have to run to the computer to do it. I can plug something in and then just kind of grab it relatively quickly and easily, and that seems good. On the back here, we've got access to a number of other things. MIDI through, in, and out. Patch select is a foot switch, I believe. And then there's literally foot switch. Pedal CV might use Roland pedals, or it might need to use its own special pedal. I don't know enough about that. Digital I/O, these are RCA jacks, and they are going to be SPDIF, which means that I could run the digital output of this and go from there, or indeed sample from the digital output of something else. That said, nobody uses a vintage sampler for that. You don't use a vintage sampler just to take samples off of your computer that you did, like there, bring them in, and then run them through the digital output and capture them without any of the converters. Generally, you would want to be using the converters. Output expander, that looks like the kind of cable on old Macintosh mouse buses. I'm not sure whether it is. I suppose I can find out. This is now something that I could learn about. The power supply thing says that it takes 84 watts, which is not too terrible, but it's definitely eating up a bunch of power. And what we're going to do here is work out how to, sorry about that, put this on here and run some cables over to it, and I'm going to run the cables from one of the Alpha Junos, because I can take these wires. It'll be these wires here that you can't really, there we go, we can just barely see it, that plug into the API. But what I can do right now is plug them into something else. And we can't load samples with this yet until we find a non-broken power supply. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I just want to make a noise happen. So this can, I could just throw this away at this point. Big old USB cable with a completely and utterly broken end. Or is it? That is the interesting question. Supposing it is not. Like what I'm looking at here is how this end is so shredded and broken. But if the wires aren't shorting against each other, it's possible that it still passes power. I'm very skeptical of this. I don't want to plug it in even. I got a feeling it's all messed up, so I don't want to go there. Speaking of all messed up, why do I have a... Take that and then fold this sticky FedEx bag onto itself so that it's not sticky, and you can throw it away. Alrighty. Next up, let's scooch this over and set it down so that I can get a hold of my wires. I want to grab the yellow wires out of this and untangle them, which means I have to dive under here to run them under AC power and under this, but back up over here. And over there and over here. And then up around here, but without tangling them in these if I can help it. And then can it actually come back over there? Clear of the, oh no, hang on. What are you tangled with? Tell me what you're tangled with and I will untangle you. Okay. Alright, that got it free. So, wires, other end of those wires. I don't think this has, I don't know whether this has got balanced outs or not. If it did, it kind of wouldn't matter because I'm going into the API. But I'm not going to be going into the API instantly, but I'm going to be going into the API once I start actually using it for something. Time to pick this baby up. Here's channel 5 and 6. 5 to the left, 6 to the right. Stand up, sit down, fight. Okay, so this goes over here. And up we go. And then lastly, I had something over here. There it is. This thing that goes on a car spring, I set on the back edge of the roads to prop up things that need propping up. Such as tilting the ends, and you can tell it is the correct angle. Now I need to go and get my guitar amplifier so that I can make the sound. I'm assuming it will probably make a sound. We'll find out. We're about to find out. And I'm going to set the amplifier up here because, well, if I can. Because like the ends of my other cables are here and they don't reach, but I'm going to have to make them reach. That or simply grab another cable. Might be the better part of valor. Where's the cable? That's not going to be any good. Got one. I found a cable. If this doesn't work, it's going to be a big drag. And once we're done making a sound on this and ensuring that it works and I'll be able to do my work with it, we will then go and return to the plugins. But we've switched over into unboxing mode. Here's my regular wires. Interestingly, I see that this will take either of the main outs as mono. That seems sensible. Aux in will probably give me a better sound out of this amplifier than trying to go through the amplifier parts. Might make a very loud noise, but we'll live with that. And here we are plugging the amp in and turning it on. Cord at the ready. Here's my power cord. Plug that into this power strip. And let's see whether it lives. Lights, blinky things. I'm gonna adjust my if I can I adjust this? Looks like I can. Can you see the blinky lights? Kinda. It says please insert disk. OS not on disk. Okay. Let's see if we can make this work. If we can't, it's going to be a bit of a drag. But it's not unthinkable that I can get it to work. So, Essential Sound Disks up. Hello, ASR10 operating system. We got a bunch of sounds going on here. These are all sound disks, aren't they? I'm going to guess that's just normal. That's what you normally end up doing with these. So you have to start with ASR10 operating system. Oh, and here's another one. So here's a whole bank of floppies. OS 353 and OS 251. What the heck? Let's try OS 353 and see if it likes that. How are you doing? It says loading system. And here we got this Essential Sound Disk. I'm guessing it's going to need to do this each time. And this is where this is clearly where you place floppies when you're not using them. It's a little bin that will hold a giant stack of floppies. So, already there. Now, data entry. Load, yes. Loading OB8. Let's cut the volume down while we're fooling with this. JM Clav. So this does seem to be talking sense, right? It's acting like it's working. It's loading a bunch of things. And we're going to see whether we can make a noise with this through the amplifier over there. That's the hope, anyhow. Floppies are a very cumbersome thing. It's like grunt, 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 grunt. Bank load completed, it says. got sound. Track 1, jam drums. Velocity sensitivity. 2. Demo perks. 3 is moog up. I see no sign that this has aftertouch. Oh, I'm distorting you guys. Sorry about that. High strings. Clefy. There's going to be aliasing in here. Six. It says OB8. So we got a synthesizer there. And there's nothing in 7 or 8. So yeah, let's oh, and we're on a volume. And if none of these are selected, and I can't have 2 of them selected at once, we're on load and I can hit enter. Cancel? No, enter. It's just grinding the cancel. I think it's just going to load what's in the floppy. So let's get out of the floppy and load some other floppy. I put the floppy in this convenient slot that I'm not going to end up using anymore. And now we hit, it's blinking load inst. Once nothing is there. So it's saying like file 1 Gothic Bank, file 2 Rhodes Bank, 3 French horns, Barrack choir, Rhodes keys 1. What's Gothic Bank? Well, load is blinking, so I'm going to hit yes and see where it gets us. It's easier to do this stuff here while standing over it. I know you can't see me and the mic is pointing far away, but the mic is pointing more towards the amp, so it looks like it's trying to load everything. Gothic Bank is Air Choir, is it? Busily loading everything off a floppy. That's like like 700K on a floppy. It's not great. I think it might be trying to load everything that was there. So I'm not sure what there's things about this that I don't understand. But you know, there's a place that I can go. There's a guy, Daydream Sound, who likes making manuals for old samplers, and he has a elaborate manual for literally this. So we have something extra going on this knob, which was vibrato before. We got different samples for these settings, I think. It might be different samples and it might be just some kind of modulation. But up is quiet, down is loud. Probably is a famous sound patch for the ASR. I'm not sure what they'd be though. Air choir again? So there basically ain't nothing here but French horns. So let's see what else we've got. Files, different files. I got a file 5 and a file 7. It says road song. Let's load road song and see what we've got there. I don't know how to work this, but I'll be learning it. And then I'm going to get back to the plugins because we do still need to do the plugins. It says file loaded. What's on here? Horns, air choir, horns, 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 air choir, horns, horns. Alrighty. I don't know how to make this be different. I was thinking in terms of, like, I haven't done anything with these arrow keys either. So there's 9 blocks. Nor the 1, 2, 3, the keypad here. Oh, well, I'm just doing data entry, yes and no. There's more things here. There's a mode control here. I've got an instrument setting, Gothic Bank, Rhodes Bank. So why did I do that? Load is blinking. I'll see whether it loads up different sounds now. Loading Rhodes keys 1. Standing lets me see this a little bit easier. Loading Rhodes song. It did that before though and it didn't give me anything. And the red lights here were not lit up, but now they are, so in theory, Rhodes keys 1. That's a pretty amusing take on what a Rhodes is. By a little quick contrast, here's what a Rhodes is. Meanwhile, in ASR land, and this is what you get. Synthesizers, man. All of these are giving me Rhodes keys 1. Data entry is just volume, but what if it doesn't have to be? What else does it do? Seems to not do anything. Numpads, it just says preset not defined. says no effect files. Rhodes Bank was just the electric piano stuff again. Yeah, we got nothing is on this floppy except for that stuff, and I don't consider any of this worth anything. So French horns, Rhodes keys, essential sound disk AD004. Well, you call that essential. I think I can do better. Orch strings, ASR. Oh, hello. We got a grand piano. We got a couple of different variations. This is Essential Sound Disk 1. And then Revelation Transwave. I'm not sure what a revelation is, but we're about to find out. ASR 10, folks. We're going to be modeling this in plugin form to the best of my ability once I get the SD card thing on the SCSI port going so that I can put my own sounds in there. And then the question becomes, like, if it can do this kind of stuff, what could I make it do? Because these samples are basically sort of old studio. No. Will not be making sounds. It will be taking the existing samples that you have with the full power of your DAW and getting it to sound like it's coming off the ASR, because this is supposed to be, and you're hearing it through a guitar amp, but this is supposed to be a very desirable box for just the tone of the sound coming off of it. And modeling that, much like modeling the SB1200, which I cannot do right now, that's going to be the thing. So, Piano Bank 1, Grand Piano Revelation. Interesting. So if I do Piano Bank 1 and we load that, hitting enter, what are we going to get? We're going to get something calling itself a grand piano. I'm going to want to put a sustain pedal in here too. I believe I've got pedals that should work for that. I remember floppies. They're not quick. You could call this latency. On the bright side, that means we have many samples in here. So there's that. And yeah, I'm going to be wanting to look into the Daydream Sound Guy. And he has a manual on this. I'm going to be needing something like that. Assuming, of course, that it's something, a loading grand song, I don't need that. If it plays its own little MIDI files. And we've got 8 different instruments loaded, so what do we got? Pitch bend does nothing, which is appropriate. Track 2, same. Yep, 8 instruments loaded, they all seem to be exactly the same one. Interesting. Give me a moment. I'm going to go and find the pedal. I think I have a sustain pedal somewhere. That'd be fun for this. I don't think it's in that. I'm up in my reverb hallway. You can probably still hear me from down there a little tiny bit. found a foot pedal. I'm not sure if it's the right one, but at this point it might not even reach down the right place, but let's see if we can't plug it in. Either it's not a correct foot pedal or it is not working. How about pedal CV? Okay, that's just killing the volume. We want a real pedal for that, so here's my question. Foot switch, huh? This has a little switch on it. We have a working foot pedal. I happen to have one. If I hit the switch on the back of it, it does the right thing. So we're going to drop this down here, dive under here to go fetch it and fetch it out. I'm going to want to stick it to the floor somehow, but worry about that later. That or tape it to the Rhodes foot pedal, that might be a thing. And please point the right direction. No. Come on. Go. High notes don't sustain very much, do they? Let's see how long these sustain. Have at least 8-note polyphony, because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-note polyphony at least. We've actually got kind of a lot of polyphony in here. We've got a lot of notes playing at once. Some of these sound a little rattly. Let's see what else we can do, if anything. Piano. Revelation. What does revelation mean? Pick instrument button. Okay. File loaded. Cool. Now what? So here's another part of what's going on with the ASR 10. This little demonstration off of the grand piano section, it calls itself Revelation. Pitch bend and vibrato. I keep expecting aftertouch. I don't know why. So this would be about using the piano sample to do something interesting with, like looping in a different way, turning the piano into an organ, like John Sabol is saying. There might also be filtering going on in here. Like Daydream Sound often likes talking about the ways in which samplers can be turned into synthesizers in their own right, and that's probably a lot of what we've got here. That sweep might also be relevant. There's something else I could try to do. If, that is, I have a suitable give me a second. I'm going to try to find a XLR jack because I can plug a microphone into the back of that and see if I can work out how to sample onto it with no instructions. There's no harm trying. So over here again. Sort of jumper cable, but I'm not sure if I'm going to find it. Oh, wait. I have indeed. Well, that's too short. Screw it. I'll just... So, here we go. Let's see if we can use this sampler as literally a sampler and sample with it. Crazier things have happened, right? So here's an XLR cable with a impedance adapter on it. It's mic line, but plugged into the audio input. I'm going to plug into the right input just in case it wants to be tricky that way. And my microphone's, hang on. Oof. Berg. Let go, thank you. So here is a microphone. Now, how do we get you to start doing something? First of all, mic line needs to be up. I see input level. Very good, very good. My input level is so high that I'm distorting the crud out of everything. So yeah, and if I turn it way down, I have a reasonable amount of level. How do we do this? Sample source select, record source input dry left. Source monitor. Hey, and we have a reverb built into the synthesizer. Apparently, let's audio tracks. Okay, record. How about that? Did that do something? Record source input dry left. Good. Pick sample instrument. Shuffling data. Alrighty. Now do I hit record here? Hey, how's this going? What do we got? I am trying to do the recording, and I'm not really quite sure whether that's doing a thing. Hello? Oh no, this is a song, not a sampler. That's not useful at all. Okay. So, audio tracks, fine, yeah. All well and good. Source monitor. B audio tracks, it's giving me my input level again. I think this whole section over here has nothing to do with what I'm trying to make happen. Sample source select, record source, create new instrument, effects bank, create new instrument. Good, good. I do want to create a new instrument. Help me create a new instrument. Enter, yes. Select unused instrument, number 2. Good. Let's do that. Command completed. How do you actually sample? We're on create, import, delete instant effect, create preset, save bank, save instrument, delete instrument, copy, create new. Okay, that's all well and good. We've deleted that one. We're creating a new instrument on track 2 with no idea how to go about doing that. But hey, why not? Sample source select, input dry left. That is what we want. I have input level. Picking, and I can make it be loud. Source monitor, and we can, in fact, source monitor audio track B, which I guess is left. It is selected. And let's see, command? No, let's create new instrument. Load? No, I don't think that's right either. File, revelation, instrument, system MIDI, notice directories, effects, no effect files. Edit. Okay. There we go. Unnamed and WS. Don't know what that means. Lyre and S. Data entry doesn't do anything. Track. Mix. Pan. Out wave sample, multi-in. So here's the thing. I don't think I'm going to be able to make a sample with this, guys. not without the instructions. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to find my way through, but it's just not a thing, unfortunately. I'm looking around trying to figure out what you do, and I do have the microphone going in. It's going to be coding. It's going to be code maintenance. We just stopped to do we stopped to do an unboxing of the ASR10 that I'm going to be making plugins about, which is also code maintenance in its own way. See, here it is. But what I'm finding impossible to do is to actually sample into it and then play it up and down the keyboard, and that's what I was looking to make happen. Actually, just give me a second. That was a Shure, but this is the buyer. And that's going to be a lot more interesting to sample into, so yeah, I'm going to have that instead of the other one. That seems good. It's a transformer balanced plugging into it, but this means that if I can get sampling working on this, I can make stuff up and then be like, hey, and get a pretty respectable sound out of the sampler, assuming I can make it sample and record, which is what I'm unable to do at the moment. Let's Spank. Okay. Here, 24 voice, 44K, voice of 30K, hall reverb, 44K reverb. There's a room reverb, dual delays. That's probably ping-ponging. 44K delays. Chorus and reverb. Phaser and reverb. People are probably going to want me to do, like, these effects too. And flanger and reverb. If this kind of flanger sound is the sort of thing that you would want. Rotating speaker and reverb, so that's supposed to be a Leslie style. Chorus and reverb and delay. Oh no, distortion and reverb, yikes. One, distortion and reverb 2. And large room, hall reverb 2. Reverse 2. Gated, nonlinear 2. Nonlinear 3. EQ, delay, LFO. Guitar amps? No, that doesn't sound like a guitar amp at all. 6 and 3. Tunable speaker, echo, chorus, and delay. EQ, vibrato and delay. Flanger, tremolo, phaser, and delay. Okay, that's weird. 8 voice chorus. Pitch shift. What can we do here? Is it? I don't know how you control that though. It's not pitch shifting right now. Pitch and delay is messed up. That's really weird. That's crazy sound. And 40 fast pitch shift, which is not actually acting like a pitch shift at the moment. Expander, de-esser. Fair enough then. Keyed expander. I wonder if I hit a key, will it do the thing? Keyed expander. No, I'm playing keys and it's doing nothing. inverse expander. That might actually be doing something. Oh no. De-esser ducker. A rumble filter. That seems to be eating up the bass on this Bayer, which that's way more than a rumble filter, frankly. Parametric EQ. Van der Pol, whatever that is. And that was all. So, yeah. That's the effects banks we've got in there at the moment. And, oh, well, thank you. It's the black pajamas I do for the streaming. Usually I'm doing the streaming with colored lighting and so on. This is so you can kind of see what the ASR is. And honestly, from what I'm hearing through the speaker of this little guitar amp, this is not half bad. So we will see where we take this. And oh, one more thing. I'm going to grab this cable and route it in such a way where this is a grab the microphone off of the rack and use it to sample things. So we're gonna unplug that for the moment. This like here, and you're going to route through this away. Behind there into the right audio input. In such a way where if this cable isn't tangling all over everything, which it is, thank you, very helpful. I can sit this back where the mic lives, and it's the Bayer, so that's the go-to microphone for doing things. And I can plug the Bayer straight into the ASR-10. It is providing fine amplitude, and the sound that it's going to produce is going to be kind of what I would want or need for this kind of thing. All I don't know how to do yet is I do not know how to sample into here. And that's something I'm going to want to learn. Ooh, effects. Diffusion of 99 or 0. Wow. You can move this around and get some strange abstract effects going on here. Hey, once we've got a sound loaded up on the effects, I can hit these numbers and get a lot of things going on. It's giving me options for all the different effects in this particular combination of things. So chorus mix, the modulation wheel, variety of chorus, reverb after chorus, and so on and so forth. And if I hit the effect, it does that. Nothing here is showing me how to sample into this thing. I'm going to need the instructions for that. I'm not going to be able to do the sample out of nowhere. So, there's that. This is the new instrument, and we have effects on here. We're not getting a lot of options for turning the effects off. Format floppy disk. How about no? And we've got an edit control here, but it's giving me diddly. You know what? What I'm trying to figure out is whether I can turn this freaking reverb off. Oh, there we go. So effects in the ROM, or effects that are just off. And it says song voice. It might be the voice of doing the actual sampling. And here what I've got is it running into the guitar amplifier. So this is the patch straight through the SR. And if I do select that, then I'm able to make this work. And selected, okay. I keep wondering whether I can make this actually sample without the instructions. But I don't know if that's practical. I'm not getting to anywhere that would give me what I need. You know, it's load, but load would be loading stuff off of disk. Command, there's stuff like create preset in parentheses, but I don't see a shift control in here anywhere. Data entry isn't giving me create new instrument. Oh, select unused instrument 3. Now we've made another unused instrument, but we haven't sampled into any of them. There's just nothing there. And, you know, audio tracks A and B. If I have audio track A, I plug into audio input. There it is. So A and B are right and left, so I can control that way. And source monitor and selected is the same for both. And I gotta wonder whether record, stop, and play have to do with the sampling. We're on create new instrument. Let's find out. If I hold this, it's not actually giving me anything. If I switch to instrument, we got copy as a option, but nothing else. If we're on instrument and I hit edit, I get unnamed, and it says LYR asterisk and WS asterisk. I'm going through audio channels, hitting, yeah, record and stop and play is acting like it is the sequencer, not the sampler. There's some buttons over here, but I don't think those are it. And I can give a little bit more line level for going through here. I wonder what it's like. Here's what this sounds like when distorted, and that might be a useful thing to do. I'm sorry, I'm distorting the microphone stuff, but this, I can distort this mic so we can record what the distorting this input sounds like, and I can do that as far as bringing that up, giving you the capacity of modeling the distortion of that input. That's something that I can make a plugin for. But yeah, we're looking like we're kind of nowhere as far as being able to sample without knowing what we're doing. And record, that's going to be the input try left. It's the only thing that's plugged in, so it's just giving me that. If it says record source and I hold down record, does it do anything? No, it does not. Oh boy, okay. I do not know how this device works. Here, hit the track button. Oh, copy audio track, erase audio track. Filter audio events. Shift audio track. Delete audio sample. Rename. Hello. Hitting the 0 button. It's giving me options. Copy, erase, filter, shift, delete, rename. I don't see a record the audio sample in here anywhere. There's your problem. So how about erase audio track A, erase events and samples, no data, okay. What have we got for record the audio track? We got buttons, quantize, it's not letting me do anything. LFO, wave, oh hello, is this what we want? Wave and layer. So create new wave sample. We've also got amp, normalize gain, filters, no commands on there, pitch table, envelope has no things, LFO is clear data, song, copy track, erase undefined filter event. Some of these look as if they're yellow rather than white. Track, create new wave sample. Okay, if I say yes, where do we go? No edit layer selected. How about selecting one of these? No commands on the page. Event edit, scale event. Well, that's still the track buttons. Create new wave sample. We got a lot of loop and sample rate things in here. Hitting wave over and over again. Create new wave sample. If I hit record, what happens? Nothing. If I have selected on, then what happens? Enter. No edit layer selected. Okay, if I hit this button, how about? No. Nothing. It was blinking though, and that's interesting. Audio tracks A selected. If I do that, then the instrument that is there, the selected light starts blinking. So, see here, I have the mic plugged in, and we're kind of blinking and ready to do something here, but I don't know what. And nope. This record stop play is the sequencer, I swear to God. It can't be anything but, because it never does anything other than that. Edit, no, that got me to another month. This is at least not menu diving anyhow. We're editing stuff though here. This isn't, let me put this away for the moment, okay? And so now you won't be able to hear me as clearly, but layer edit not allowed? No fair. What a ripoff. You know, folks, we're going to call that a day for now. We're going to leave this guy here. We're going to stack up all these floppies with stuff that we're not going to use, except for we are certainly going to use that operating system. Because what they consider essential samples, I can't say as I entirely agree. And the OS just can sit in here. And we're going to go back to our day job, which is going through all of these things. Seems like I managed to chase everybody away with unboxing, go figure. Who knew? And let's see. We're going to unplug this guitar cable. the main out. Shut off the amp. Also, my fire's gone out. That's no good. So we're going to get into getting back to normal. Because I got work to do. And this was meant to be an exciting thing, but I'm guessing it just didn't turn out as exciting as people would have wished. So here we are. Probably because I tried to sample using it without knowing how. Anytime you're stuck doing something and then you simply don't know what you're doing, maybe not great content, you know? That's okay. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. We've got plenty of work left to do. And I'll leave this cable sitting here for in case I want to plug an instrument in. And we'll get back to this world. Okay, so hi. Here's where we left off. So I'm looking forward very much to fooling with the ASR. And yeah, I just spent the last hour or so making noises on it and trying to sample, and I was not able to sample on it. But I have no instructions, so there's no real reason to assume that I knew how to guess how to do that out of nowhere. The fact that I was able to do anything is fairly promising, and I enjoyed the feel of the buttons and all that kind of stuff. But we do have to keep moving with this. And we had just compiled Ditherbox, which produced this VST, and that's where we left off. Now remember, I also told you that I need to put another log in my fire, and I do, because it's starting to get cold in here again. So you'll bear with me for a moment while I do that. A bunch of maintenance things to do. Yeah, the fire went out completely. It's just gone. Let me see what I can do about that. Because one of the challenges of this kind of thing is you're trying to do this and you're trying to code the things and you're trying to stream and all of that kind of stuff. And meanwhile your fire goes out and you freeze. I'd rather not freeze, so we're going to try to get this going. Hopefully it hasn't been out for too long. And I can persuade it to start up again. If I'm too cold, I can go and get like my bag. People were enthusiastic about my pajamas. That's more or less like dark, moody lit streaming stuff, but you got to see them in full light. Under that circumstance, you can tell what it is. Let's put some pieces of log on these fire, or lack of fire as it may be. I'm going to grab some of the wood from this nearby rack that you can't see. Now we're going to try to get everything back up and running. This sounds like a reverb, but what it really is a fireplace insulator. It's the panel that you put against the wall to keep your place from catching on fire. And just try to get some kindling going. And that absolutely ought to be enough to start, because the stove is still fairly warm, so the wood arguably might even catch. But I can't be sure of that, so I had to light it as well as put it into the semi-warm stove. So I'm also going to make a sandwich and another cup of coffee, because we got a long road ahead. The pausing for the unboxing of the ASR was fun, and it was fun playing it, and it was fun putting the sustain pedal on it and thinking about how I'm going to use such a thing. But at the same time, I'm going to quit. Oh no, I quit the wrong thing. I'm going to quit out of Chromium. Anytime you have like 2 or 3 computers up at the same time. Hello, we have problems with dither float. Let's fix the problems with dither float. Where are those problems? Here's a problem. Why is it doing this? Let's take a moment and see whether this exists in other places. All right. Because that ain't supposed to be there. Oh, no, wait. No, this is not going to exist anywhere else, because I'll tell you why. It's 32-bit floating point dither implemented in dither float. This is the special case, I think. This is the case that doesn't exist anywhere else. So, well, let's find out. Copy. I got the ASR10 Jazz. Yes, I did. Multi-file search. So how many times do I have this? It says remove blend for real use. If both of those have that in there, then that would explain a lot. There will be either 1 or 2 occurrences of this, and they're all into their float, so I don't need to worry about a find and replace. Jazz, yeah, I think you just missed it. I was fooling around with the ASR10 under a lighting that let you see it, and plugging it into a guitar amplifier, because my setup is not set up for running things in anymore, for about an hour, and it chased everybody away on stream. So I'm getting back to work now. Let's see. So here's your problem. Like that. And like this. And this is the only one like this, because this is the one that's literally into their float and lets you scale it up and down. See where it says blend? That's part of how that works. And then if I go down here, I'll see much the same thing. Yeah, fire's going again. I don't know what its low fines are. You can help me out by telling me what that means, because I don't understand you and I don't know what its low fines are. But I'm going to be doing a variety of things. It was pleasing enough to play that I could see keeping it around, and that's a good sign. Like, it's not a pressure sensitive, it's very much not weighted, but the keyboard feels okay, all the notes worked. The velocity sensitivity seems good. What do we got? We still have a problem. What's going on here? What if I failed to do? Oh, I missed one. Now how are we doing? Hey, got there. So, done with that. All this dither me things may be posing problems for me. I gotta check and see whether they are sensible or not. That's fine. No, that one's not going to have any problems. Doesn't have any of this stuff in there. Which means that one's probably also going to be fine. Yep. Double Paul, on the other hand, might be one of those ones where, oh, nope, we have a big pile of mess here. This is all screwed up and wrong. Let's find out how screwed up and wrong it is and why. Firstly, we've not defined L and R. That'll go here. Not in all caps either. Not FOD either. There we go. And now we still have problems, but those aren't the problems. Here's the problem. It's BL, so that needs to be L. And that needs to be R. And it's going to be the same deal here. And you know what else? This is double Paul, so we have a problem here too. Or maybe we do. No, wait, we don't. We have just one random source each time, so that is not going to be a problem. If it was a true TPDF, that's, I don't remember exactly how much, and it was on Refurb fairly recently, and it was not an unusual price for it. And it was within the range that I had been saving up for getting a sampler. So it all kind of works. And there we have double Paul. Let's get through here to where we can get a bunch of other ones that I can just sort of burn through one at a time. Like, for instance, can we just build this? Signs point to yes. How about this? Signs point to yes. And again, sometimes I like looking at it and being like, okay, that's supposed to be there. It built so it's able to instantiate the correct things. And the output, yes, that is the output of the 32-bit floating point, and that is the 64-bit that we want. So signs point to that's going to be fine. On the other hand, here we have a problem. A couple of them, really. We've got this fixed, so we don't need that there. And here's a problem too. I think there's just the one problem here. Like here is a black, nope, that's another unused variable. I think this line underneath this means the unused variable. I'm not sure. But here, it's a mono, so all I got to do is pick one and use that. So we're going to pick the L. And now that we've done this, it should work. But the random in there was part of the dub center, so it's not in stereo, it is a single source. Here's dub sub. Oh, similar problems. Similar solution, I bet. Don't need those, and oh, hello. Okay, this one, there's two of them. Easily solved. And here we are in the 64-bit, and the output looks correct, and if we build it, it succeeds. So I think that is good to go. Dust Bunny. That's a pile of something. Now that we've done that, how are we doing? Hey, got there. And just to do a little spot check on the code, that's some freaky looking stuff, but we don't seem to be invoking a lot of randoms in there. Bunny equals bunny times bunny. This is a weird plugin. Dust Bunny, gentlemen. Not only that, we seem to be doing that, but we're not actually doing anything with all of the stuff we were using. Oh, but we are doing the denormalization, and we're doing it there too. Good enough. Good enough. Here we get some of these other ones. Dino, that probably is fine. Yep. Edge, we already know that one's going to be fine. I did that one recently. It is dim. Is that fine, or is that going to have a problem? It's going to have a problem. That's not supposed to be there at all. I need to steal that out of something else. And it's because it's using mid inside, that's why. So let's go and open the AU version of Ed is dim. Because I've already faced this problem. Except it's not going to be quite the same way for the well, let's see what we get. So 32-bit, that's supposed to be this. However, 64-bit, double mid, double side. We're actually not going to want to touch that at all, but we do want to, oh, for heaven's sake, hit the wrong button. How about that? We do want to do FPD. So it doesn't actually matter that it's not the right thing because we're not using that part. We just want to increment the part that we want to increment because we're running on a double bus anyhow. And having done that, we're now good to go. Elation. How are you doing? Up. Got something going on in here. Using random sources, they need to be made left and right. That's straightforward. And here we are down here doing the same thing over again. L and R. Save that, compile it. This time it succeeded. And I'm going to get to F, and then I'm going to make another cup of coffee. And I think I was thawing out some bread that I keep in the freezer so that I can make a sandwich, because I'm going to need to do that to keep going. I'm going to be at this until the evening, but some of these run smoothly. Hello, 9 warnings? What are your 9 warnings? Oh, we got unused variable dry. Don't want that. That time you're fine. Energy. Yeah, I know. I need the coffee badly today. Although I gotta say, I'm quite pleased at having got the ASR 10 in. That should be good and fun to fool around with, and it'll be interesting to get into it. I need to go and get that instructional manual. Again, The Daydream Sound on YouTube makes manuals for these things, and I believe he'll be able to get me up and running with it quicker than anybody else. I like his style, and I will be happy to get his educational materials for the purpose of getting up to running on that. And I'm kind of enthusiastic about the fact that I can plug the Bayer mic into a simple impedance converter, a simple transformer-based impedance converter, and plug it into the back of that thing, and it's just good to go immediately. It gets a nice, the Bayer gets a nice sound into it as well. Like, you don't have to do your samplers with just like SM58s or whatever. I mean, that'll give you a sound, but that's not the only sound that you can have. And I'm using green for the coding streams, and so it was an obvious answer. That's why that is the way that it is. So let's see, did this compile? It is, and that I don't need to worry about. So I'll get up to F, and then I'm going to run off and do that. Once I actually have the coffee making, I'll come back and do plugins while waiting between coffee stages. Anytime it says exactly 3 warnings, I know that I can count that as good to go. Because it is always going to be the thing that I know what it is. Namely, this. That's not my code. I don't have to fix it. Oh, no. The ASR 10, that's a 16-bit unit. 16-bit 44.1K CD quality. Ooh. Every trim. Seems good. We're more likely to get ones of these that go, and here we are at F. I'm going to get all the way to G and then make food. These are more likely to build without issue. That said, the ones that have random sources in them, like this, can have issues. So we're going to see whether I have a lot of issues with this. I keep typing FODR. I don't know what my problem is. Save, quit. How you doing? Yay! That worked. Generally, as a rule, I think that if you are, hello, 9 problems, unused variable dry. Don't want that. I fixed that problem. Here we go. These VSDs should give me less issues than the mono ones because I was able to do more of a search and replace in a context where that made sense and worked. So I'm more likely to have a string of these. Look, I'm almost halfway. I'm more likely to have a string of these, and this isn't one of them, where I can just run through and be compiling them one after another without having to constantly debug stuff. Here's a case where I am having to debug stuff. Here's the in-sample frame. We've got one variable that I'm calling Randy, and it looks like we're using the same one. This is a mono noise, but I'm okay with that for this guy. So we'll use L. And we'll compile it, and this time it works. And I said I was going to stop at G. No, I'm going to make food after I get to H. Anytime it's exactly 3 warnings, I know what that means for the first build. See there, you can even see where it shows the 3 warnings. Here's a classic Grooveware. And these VSTs all have to be stereo the way I understand the original VST 2.4 format, which means that they are somewhat more consistent because they all got consistentized a little bit as I was building them. Right now I'm making a simple peanut butter and jelly sandwich because I have no time, but I've thought out a piece of chicken breast that was in my freezer. It's in a little tub. I pre-cut them and portioned them, and I poured some brine in it so that as it thaws out, it doesn't it develops more juices. And I have some rice going, and I'll be making something using that for dinner. Thing is, I haven't had any lunch, and this particular recompiling everything is enough brain work that I'm burning through all my energy, and so I need a snack, and so that's what the sandwich is for. And I'm going to get another cup of coffee. So what we're going to do is go back to this so we have something pretty to look at. And back in a bit. Alrighty, so I got my sandwich and I'm working on the coffee, and this is a fine time to switch back over and resume them plugins. And now I can see people's. Oh, I missed a lot of the chat. Chat's been going nuts. Every time you leave, chat goes nuts and they start talking to each other. Pepperoni has more vitamin C. Pepperoni is meat, man. That said, I suppose it's possible. I'm just not quite sure how. People are all talking about their snacks and foods. There we go. I hope to hell I remember where I was at. So, walking through that coffee process, got my timer. It's going to go through about 3 more of these. And we left off at hard vacuum. Let's start compiling these things. If I can finish them all, oh, we have more problems. I bet I know what they are. I bet they're like unused variable dry. There we go. See, that's a small upgrade for a whole bunch of different plugins that will possibly enhance their effectiveness just a touch. Up. Timer says time to go. Time for something else too. Time to throw another log in the fire. Doing that. In a lot of ways, this is a momentous day because we're getting all of these plugins done. But I think in some ways getting the ASR 10 in is exciting in its own right, because it's like I made it work and I had sounds coming out of it and it sounds good, and I think I'll be able to use that for things. Where did I put that timer? So coffee timer says this. Almost ready to go. There we go. Probably won't make any more coffee after this. I mean, it's like 3. And technically, I don't have to get all of this done today. Jess, I feel you. I don't like them bots either. They are most annoying. At some point, I'm going to set somebody up with the Airwindows YouTube channel mod capabilities, and you can have fun for both of us by smashing them. For the time being, I've got some more things to do. Namely, I think I just did Hakim, yep. Did I just do Hermit Pass, or did I close it, or? Yep, we're good. Hermit Trim. Anytime it says exactly 3 warnings, I know what they are. We got a dither. I bet this is going to cause issues. Need fixing. Yep, sure does. Let's see what kind of situation we're in. Now, where was it finding those? Oh, just the denormalization. Okay. In that case, that should be just fine. This is not an important plugin, I would say, but having it build correctly seems fine. High impact. Again, the VSTs are more likely to build right each time because they're somewhat more consistent. Yeah, and don't open the links that the spammers give. Never do that. That would be sad. We don't want that. Holt, this is a classic filter. This is a nice discovery. It'll have other purposes as well. Ombre. Likewise. Hull. Another kind of filter. These statistics filters, these like financial industry filters, are kind of interesting. Hypersonic, guaranteed to compile because it's stuff I've been doing quite recently. Why is there 9 warnings? Oh, because we have no parameters. Okay, that's harmless. That's harmless. This stuff we can leave. Don't have to, but can. And this won't be causing that problem. Infinity. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's like you're allowed to not be into people who are just dedicated to being extremely antisocial. Antisocial is not of the awesomeness. It's like, please don't be that. I could put infrasonic on some of my drum and bass basses. I have an input coming in when I do this kind of stuff. On the modular synthesizer, I've got a channel that I usually run subs into, and it goes into the Dope Wasp filter, which has a great way of like resonating and thundering and so on. And if I put infrasonic on that channel as part of the template, I'd probably get better super deep lows when that's happening, because I don't actually need it to be literal subsonics, but infrasonic rotates the phase in a characteristic way, causing that to, I don't know, take up more space in the mix. I'll make a little note. Oh, I'm probably going to do a variety of things for the SR10. Right now I want to make a little note of the idea that I just had, having stumbled across infrasonic and building it like this. Because to tell you something else, now that I'm running it in double precision, I can afford to have a more complicated mix setup when I do jams. Previously, I was kind of using up my processing, but now I got a little room to spare, so I could, in fact, run infrasonic on that, and that will have a characteristic effect that I think might be perfect for a D&B sub. The phase rotation of the cutoff is going to do useful things. Iron oxide 5. Hello, we've got something going on here. That's because we've got a random flutter randy, which is not just a My Little Pony fanfiction. My question becomes, do I use it as... we're using it for something. I think we can just use FPDL. We've got a single one going on. And then it doesn't show up anywhere else. Build. Hello, what's going on here? We got another one. Okay. We'll use FPDL on you too. Or no, wait, we used FPDL on that one, so let's use FPDR on this one. And then we're using two different random sources when we run into this twice. And we are using a mono thing, but this is iron oxide, so it's a tape effect, so I think that it's not a dither. And it's not a super obvious effect either. Save is Command S. That time it worked. Okay. Thank you, iron oxide 5. How are we doing with this? Same problem? Nope. How are we doing with Iron Oxide Classic 2? Probably not the problem. Nope, we're good. And as we get to Isolator, I'm going to have a sip of coffee and maybe eat a little of my sandwich because I have not touched it yet. I'm too busy working. Like, what, 15 minutes after I made food? It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Oh, hey, we got stuff to do here. How much of it is this? I keep typing FOD. Don't know why. Also, we probably don't need these anymore, but I can't be absolutely sure without looking at it. How we doing? Okay, that built. We got a lot of stuff going on in here. third power sag are, yeah, this is a big plugin with many things happening, which probably means the efficiency improvement on it is going to be pretty significant. While we're at this, let's see what happens if we take away these. Okay, and then let's cut this and see what happens when we take away that. Oh, nope, that one we want. Good. Those flips, they're Boolean switches for interleaved processing, and Logical 4 is clearly doing a bunch of that. Be interesting to do a Logical 5 to like try to boil it down to current best practices. That said, that ain't happening today. I'll tell you that right now. But hey, we're in the middle of the L's and making good time. As long as my fumbling fingers don't fail me. Because I got to be able to click these things correctly in order to make them work. But when I do, I can make some pretty good time through all this. LR flip timer. Are you going to cause issues? Signs point to no. Luxor, you're an older plugin. Are you going to cause issues? Yes, you are. That's because you have noise in there somewhere, and there it is. And we have a clear-cut case of L and R, because the different random noises are, in fact, single noise sources in stereo. Like this. And now it's fine. So yeah, there's a number of possible software from ASR 10. Clearly taking test files and things and making it so it's like this is the sound of the output of the ASR 10 through whatever its, converters and amplifiers and things are. That's what I did with Macity. That went over pretty well. As far as other things, there is room for taking the inputs and sampling stuff through it, sending stuff in there that's also test files, and seeing what kinds of sounds I get out of the inputs of the ASR 10. And it would probably be in the form of a plugin that was like, okay, in through the input and then out through the output in the entire signal chain, but with nothing else happening other than input, and you can overdrive the inputs, because that's something that people often do with these old samplers to get an appropriate sound, is you push level on the input. I was having an easy time doing that with a simple Beyer M500, a simple ribbon microphone. So clearly it will be, I don't know whether there's a difference between the mic circuit and the line circuit, but I can work with either. And I will be measuring how that input circuit distorts and seeing if I can emulate it. And that'll go some ways towards what people wanted from the project. And I just did Luxor, didn't I? Yes, I did. Here's Just Speak of the Devil. Mackie Q should compile with that issue, and did. There's no such thing as regular op-amp clipping. Like individual op-amps will clip differently. You can pay a lot of money for stomp boxes, which they have this particular special magic op-amp in them. So there's basically no real, there's no such thing as regular op-amp clipping. That's an important realization. It's all about what kind of special op-amps does it have in there and how is it using that. And we don't, I could take it apart, but really what I want to do is measure it, run test files through it, get the sound of it. Because an op amp in two different circuits can sound differently as well. That's part of it. It's like you want not only the op amp, but you also want it acting the way it acts in the circuit that it's in for whatever magical piece of equipment is there that you want to deal with. And here we go, this thing again. No, it's not. Op amp is not hard clip. It is absolutely not. So let's see. Open the mid side from, actually the other one would have been fine. We're coming along pretty good. Look at us go. And in here we have an instance of the 32-bit mid-side, and same deal. Steal this from the working AU version. This is not going to be everything I need to do, but it's a start. Put it in there. And then for this one, put it in here and up. And inside the stereo 64 stuff that I've got written down there, delete that, and then comment out everything that actually does everything, because we're not doing that. And then we probably still need to define the variables, or not, or apparently not. Well, remember, analog equipment is never exactly a digital hard clip. Not even counting the fact that you got to take into account, aliasing and so on. It's never just the mathematical version. There's always something else. Like the Magedy, you have a op amp hard clip, and the overshoot on high frequencies on the hard clip was like 2 dB maybe hotter than low frequency hard clip. There was a fuzz on the edge of everything, and that's an analog device. It's an analog unit, and yet it was doing that. You could say that's even harsher still than a digital hard clip. But the point being, it's different. And that's exactly the point. Like, you're not going to have a soft clip like your 10H or whatever, or a sine. And you're also not going to have a hard clip like literally, clamping it to -1 or +1. It's going to be something else. It's always going to be something different. That's what I need to measure the ASR and figure out what it's doing, because it's one of those magic boxes people want. It's not the ultimate in the sense of, you could say the SB1200 is like the ultimate, but that's 3 to 4 times the cost of one of those, and I'm not going to get there. Not at the moment. Not unless the Patreon goes way better, and I'm telling you, it's not going way better, so we're targeting stuff that I can reach. Here's monitoring. This didn't give me errors, but is this full of issues like I had in the previous one? I suspect maybe it is, unless I have gone through and worked with this already. So here's the thing. And if I get this right, I'd do the same thing for monitoring too. Well, the thing is, not everybody wants 12-bit samplers. It's not everyone in music by a really long shot. It's that for a particular sound, it's not simply 12-bit. It's like 12-bit off of really primitive old TTL circuits with resistor ladder DACs and stuff, and so something like that is going to sound really beefy. Like the way that you get the outputs of the converters, it's not just your Walkman, it's not just your iPhone. There's a lot more going on. Patch it into any high quality recording circuit, and there's going to be a lot of intensity coming out of it. I get fairly similar stuff out of the radio musics because that's the output of a teensy, but it's still a pretty raw direct. It's like it's not a reconstructed 12-bit output. It's like a data 12-bit output, and that's what you need for some of this stuff. It's probably worth making a note about (12-bit lower sample rate). No reconstruction. Because if you have one of those no reconstruction but analog filters, because the thing is, if you're doing that, you if you switch from a very low sample to a very high sample, it can go at the rate of the sample rate, which is going to produce harmonics beyond what the actual sample rate would contain. And that's by intention, and that's part of the sound of the unit. And if the sample rate that you're working on, like 96K, is in advance of what that is, it should be possible to emulate that in the box. Especially if we're using like CEM analog filters on the output of it to smooth it out, because that's going to change things even more. Especially if it's a fairly steep, like the CEM analog filter in the SP1200, that's like a synth filter. That's got like almost a resonant quality to it. And that's going to, I think, be different than, for instance, it is very much it's not a phase linear filter at all, not even close. So if it's being used in the SP1200 for rolling off stuff around the sampling rate, there's going to be a bunch of funny effects as a result of that. Anyways, let's get back to this. I got to get this right. And I'm a little concerned about it, so let's see if I can't be sure and get it right. Do I have random numbers in here in a significant way? Okay. Give me a second. I need a little more sandwich. Looks like we're not actually using random sources here, so the compilation is going to be just fine. I don't have any fixes to make here. No randomness in dark either. I'm not sure if you'd call it well organized. I kind of try to keep things arranged, that's all. Okay, this one might be something going on here. Oh, sure enough. FOD, always, every time. And never with the L, only with the R. Now, yep. But that's not too much of a concern, really. Obvious what to do. Alrighty, done. Me and Jess are both smacking this new person, this spammer person. I have not seen them with like damaging internet addresses that ending in .rent before. I suppose one could want to see whether that was even a thing. I'm not going to do it though. Neverland. Oh. Hi. That's going to be internal noise sources in here somewhere. Sure enough. And I see what to do about them. Got there. The famous Nicola. This is a weird plugin. This is like an April Fool plugin. More dithers. Probably not going to work first off. Oh, certainly did not. For the good reason if I don't have that stuff there. I slow down as fatigue starts to set in. I can't type straight anymore. Now that's not going to fix everything, but at least it'll show me where the remaining problems are. That's going to be super obvious, so we're good. I'm looking for times when we're doing a TPDF style thing. That's not this. Or rather, it is this, but I'm only needing to generate one. So it'll be the left and the right, and it'll be just fine. And sure enough, here's my noise generator. What did I even... I bet this... Oh, no. Uh-huh. Got something going on here. What did I even have here? And why do I have so many... Wow. Okay, we got to put a little work into this. Well, I'm starting to do that. Because this is going to be one where I have to put a lot of work into it. So let me shut off my mic and eat some more of my sandwich while I start to do this. And there we have it. Yeah, I mean, it's using multiple ones in multiple places, and this is why it can get tricky and challenging following this kind of stuff and making sure that it's all right. But I knew that if I wanted like random behaving random sources, it's okay if it's the same one between flip L and flip R. Like it's going to choose either instance, actually, it's going to either plus or minus the same random source, but then I want to have the second time we use it in a different context be an independent random source. So I needed to throw in this stuff once. I didn't need it more than once, but I needed it once. And now that I've got that, it'll build and it'll behave as the previous one did. And onwards we go. Nonlinear space. Looking good. Not just another CD. This may or may not work normally. And I'm going to say that's not. So we got to punch in the values. And then I'm going to just peek at it and see how it has gone. Are we using stuff we're supposed to be using in here? You know, I don't think we're using it in the denormalization, but that's all. In this one, we're not using rand anywhere, so we don't have to do anything about this. This is the whole Benford realness calculations. And that's what Not Just Another Dither is all about. It's about those Benford realness calculations and arranging the way that dithering goes so that the output is more comparable to what real live captured audio data would be. And it's always worked pretty good. So yeah, build succeeded. And these are the variations which right now you'd just be using monitoring, and you'll get this in its relevant amount, and you can select between different bit depths if you want. That one didn't need anything added. This is probably going to build fine. And that. Up. Back into the dithers. We're going to need to do some work here. However, not much work. Because since it is Paul dither, it is saving and subtracting the random number. We can use the random number that we've got here. And we don't need to increment it again because we're using the same one to start with. I think it's going to be the same deal with Paul wide. So L R L R. Hello, we got more? Oh, I see why. Okay, we need to do more work here, and I'll tell you why. We need to have new random values every time this happens. Fortunately, that's pretty straightforward. But this is definitely us needing to go a little bit farther than we had to with Paul. So, firstly, and we'll not be done once we're finished with that. And we need to type to the right place and have caps lock on. L R L L L. And then we got to increment it. We can't just use the same number over again, otherwise nothing would happen. We need to actually have a different number to make this work. So first we go to wherever we're using L, and before we recalculate it, we increment that here and here. Likewise with the double precision version. It has to be before we do that comparison, and then we go and get R. And again, if we're going to try to recalculate things, we need to have a new random number to do it with, and that's what we're going to do. There. Not only will that compile and work, but it will also work the way the original one that called rand would do. Ta-da! Alrighty. Probably back to more boring compiles for a while now. Such as that and this. And probably this. And probably this. No, apparently not. There's another one of those. Oh, hello. Okay. This got biased somehow. That is usually something where I would have fixed it, but I have not yet, so. This is what we're doing. And then we'll have the other problem of unused variable that's been declared. So let's go and attend to that now. Or no, we're not going to have that problem because that actually, this is the opposite of another problem we have, where we declare the dry and we're not using it this time. We are trying to use it and have not declared it. However, we got it. I really have to burn through this stuff really fast. There's a lot to do. This is not the end of what I have to do, but it's a good solid chunk of it. Pocket verbs. Takes a long time to compile this one. Look at it go. It's still chugging away. No matter what I do with it, no matter where I compile it, it takes forever to compile this one. And that is because there's way too much code in there. News on the clap format, that clap isn't really quite a thing yet. It needs to come out and be a functionally working thing. So I do not have clap ready yet, no. Think that took a long time? Let's do it again. Here's why. Pocket verbs looks like this. This is not even, without even getting into the loop, we've got all this to do. Or this. And then once you do get into the loop, switch verb type. All of these are in parallel, and there's so much to all of them. Look at how much code this is. It's just a ridiculously too much amount of code. So every time I compile this, it takes for freaking ever. But we've compiled it, and you know it'll probably run more efficiently now that it's on doubles rather than long doubles. Podcast. Podcast Deluxe. I do believe I'm going to be able to finish these today. I think we're going to have to come back again another day for implementing the other stuff that needs doing. I need to do a new version of Point that's more accessible. Point is a good effect. It's neat, but there are too many ways to blow yourself up with it. It's a chainsaw. It can do terrible things to you. So I need to make one that's a little safer to use and does some of the things that Point can do. In particular, anti-Point is the interesting part. You can make Point be a really aggressive psycho-compressor in its way. Hello, we've got a random source in here, and sure enough, just the one. Some of these things early on were doing subtle things with randomness and previous samples like this to sort of soften it in a characteristic way. Several of the character plugins, in fact, I think all of the character plugins we've seen were doing that. All the more handy. Hello, have we got a problem? No. All the more handy when you have a handy variable that you don't have to do a rand call to produce. All right, looking good. Pressure 4. If you feel like some of these ran into problems, but this is not one of them. Nor is this. And on to the Purist consoles. We're doing pretty well. That's like over 2/3 of the way done. And we've gone through the ones that are going to take the time. Like all those dithers and things. Special cases. I apologize for how the windows are showing up all over the screen, but that's just going to be a thing. You know, it's relevant that Purist console is this. It is the simplest form of sine and arcsine based console. So that's worth using in its own right. And then if you're doing it in 64-bit, we got this. Literally the simplest way of implementing that, and you can combine it with your hypersonics or ultrasonics to your heart's content. And should, because it doesn't have filtering built into it. All these Purist things. Purist drive is odd. It has more complication going into it. Usually these are less complicated. Or in the case of Purist Echo, it's a repeated echo without attenuation, I think. Like you get 4 equally spaced echoes, and you just do that. So that's a choice. It's one way of doing things. Is this going to need help? Yes, it is. What does it need help with? That shouldn't be... Oh, I see why. It's because it's indented more. There are more tabs in there than in the normal way. So one thing I can do about this is just add the L's and R's correctly. I don't really need to go and do an elaborate find and replace thing, because this is pretty straightforward, really. And this is just making things be what they were supposed to be in the beginning. It's just the tabs mean that I couldn't do the find and replace of this exactly as it is. But this is all the find and replace would have done. And then we got to go and do this one. Hang on. Gnawing my lip again. Oh, and I probably should throw another log on the fire, you know? When you're heating your house that way, it is pretty constant work keeping that going. But it's important to do, because if you do have a fireplace like that, don't do the thing of like putting lots of wood in there and then clamping it down and expecting it to go for a long time. It's better to do the work of putting firewood in as you go. Because if you don't, I had a friend a bunch of years ago, 20 years ago or so, his house burned down that way. He had put a bunch of wood in the fire and then left. He figured he could put the damper on or whatever, and stuff got out of hand. So you don't want to be that guy. Okay, different problem here. What's going on here? Oh, hello. Yeah, this super needs fixing. Let's open a previous project and... Oh, what? I missed a trick. Glad I noticed this. If we're in 64-bit, we don't want to be doing this, because it won't mean anything. So purest fade or purest gain in 64-bit is literally the same as the DAW game. Except for it's smoothed, so there is that. We'll recompile that, thank you. But having done that, this part is going to be what we use. .32-bit version. 64-bit version that does not call rand. So that's what you want. And if you're in a 32-bit host, it does the dithering to 32-bit properly for you. Okay. I'm pretty sure I did that on the AU. I'm pretty sure I did that on the AU. More plugins. Can't finish with the plugins. Got to do more plugins. Rest warm. I feel as if this is going to cause a problem, and I bet I know why. Yep. I remember running into this with the AU. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Hopefully not too much of one, though. And I think I can actually make this better simply by going after purest gain, which I just had open. Because here's the bit that I need to keep duplicating. So purest warm just only does this if it needs to. So the other part is just pass through. So we've got this, and we replace it with that. And it's going to be the same each time. Looks more complicated than it is. Oh, can't delete that part. That's the purest warm part. And let's look and check that we still have this each time. Yep, good, good, good. And now, '64-bit version, which is next to nothing. And we can close, purest gain again. And here we are. Only incrementing. Only incrementing. Only incrementing and only incrementing, and we still have this stuff in place. And now, no problem. So that was a little more fussing, but we're back. We're back on track. How many of these can go straight through? Probably not these. I don't know though. No. This isn't calling on random stuff. It's fine. Raw tempers. Which means this is also going to be fine. Resi Q. Good. Reverb. Funnily enough, I would have saved this for feed-forward reverbs if I had known about them at the time. This is like last before I started doing feed-forward reverbs, which blew away all my previous reverbs. So ironically, the one that I'm calling reverb I don't think to be all that desirable. And it's not my go-to reverb as far as reverbs are concerned. It's kind of funny. That's why I called the other one verbity. These seem to be going pretty well so far, anyways. Oh, spoke too soon. Look at that. we have not instantiated some of our variables. Oh, no, all caps, please. There we go. That's a little better. I think that's going to be the same problem. Sure is. Why do I always type the 0, the O instead? My fingers trip over each other, and there we go. How about you? Are you recent enough that you work? Yep. How about you? Flawed. Let's see if I do it again. I'm not going to try real hard to do it either way. Sure enough, my fingers just want to type that when they go for the second one. I can't tell you why that's happening. It's just happening every single time, practically. Fod, fod, fod. Yep. If I get Twitch up to the point where I have emotes, I'll let you have a FOD emote. It's not that I'm necessarily going to go back, but anytime I like make the same typing mistake over and over and over again, people can spam FOD in emotes on Twitch if it becomes a thing. Remember that. Mark my words. I'll make it possible. I'll let you have that. We're kind of far away from being able to get there, though. Spatialize. I bet we can't do this. Sure enough, we can't do this. But we can fix it pretty easily. Oh, no, we can't. We can't. Remember this? We have to recode this. Okay. That's fine. We can do that. Okay, now that balances. And you know what? Rather than have to type that twice, I'm simply going to copy and paste it. Thank you. Multiple times, too. That becomes this. Oh, for heaven's sake. That's not the right key. This is the right key. And then and now we need this because this is an L. And so is this. And this is an R. And so is this. See, I need two of these random values, and they can't be the same value. You know, I could have implemented this with Paul-dither, but have not done that. Also, that's weird. Don't need that twice. Got that at the end. Don't need it up here. It's not doing any harm, but we don't need it up here. There it is at the end. Don't need it up here. Let's go and check the AU while we're at it. As we don't need that twice, as long as we have it in there. This is what slows me down, running into this kind of thing, and then trying to make sure that it's right. Spatialize. So how are we doing this? Same issue. Come on, you scooch over. There we go. We're doing that up there. We need to fix this too. Good thing I went back and checked. Look at that. Look at that. Shame on me for missing this one. But I didn't miss it for long. Nice save. Okay. And then, same thing, we have that at the end, we don't need it here. Nice save. This would not have worked if I hadn't caught that. Good, good, good. Gotcha. And now that no, we haven't done that yet. We haven't finished this. We're going to finish this. No, wrong. Can we not? Can you not? Caps lock. L. R. And let's go up to the 32-bit one. Same deal. L in both these places. R in both these places. Save that. Build it. We now have spatialized working in both of the places that it exists. Let's also go and check ditherbox. Now that we're spotting potential problems and issues, because that's another place that it exists, is ditherbox. Let's see if we caught it in its ditherbox instance. We're calling it contingent here. we've got it into the box here. This is, I think, where we first spotted this. Trying to make sense of it and doing so. Mac VST. Dither box. And if this is not working, I'm going to fix it right now. If it is working, I'm going to go and take a brief pit stop. Stuff gets to my inside sometimes. Oh, okay. Hi. You're not fixed yet. Half of you is and half of you ain't. Nice spot. Nice save. Getting contingent working as a bear. Hi. You're the 64-bit version of contingent. One channel is working right and one channel is not, until now. Build. See, this is why I want to get it right for the AU and the VST, and then copy it over to each place, because if I have to get all of those and type the right things in like 6 different times, it's never going to work. Enough for ditherbox and other ditherbox. And that was our VST spatialize. And that looks right. And that looks right. Okay. That was stressful. Back in a moment. And I gotta put another log on the fire. Let's do that. Haven't left it too late. It'll light. It'll go back on. Interrupting the run to the bathroom with fire maintenance. So what's more important than fire maintenance, I ask you? That'll light. wood stove going on. Huh. Learn juice soon? Oh, 'cause it's that easy. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just learn juice. Everything will be easy if you just learn juice. You go ahead and learn juice. Oh, what is it doing? Do we have? Oh, that's fine. When it does this on the VST, what that means is I have a controlless plugin, and I haven't removed those things from the header file, but they are harmless. So we're going to call that successfully compiled. Yeah. I'm not feeling well, but I'm feeling well enough to get through this. We're so close to done. We're in the last quarter. And some of them will go rather straightforward like this, because the VSTs are more consistent than the AUs. They have to be in a fairly consistent form. All I'm really kind of keeping an eye out for is places where there's a random in there. For instance, this might have had a random, but it doesn't. Here's some recent ones. Don't expect problems there. Sorry for the windows being all over the screen, but I'm burning through these as fast as I possibly can. And at least it doesn't get in the way of your text when it does this. Oh, and I was going to have a glance at the phone and make sure that I'm not overlooking a message. Nope, we're good. The times when I'm stepping away getting coffee or making a sandwich or something, those are, times where I could have had a message that got by me, and I don't want that to happen. Studio 10 issues with you? No? Oh yeah, Studio 10 includes a version of not just another dither. That's why. Anywho, that worked. Subs only. Oh, hello. Need to do a little work here. That time I got it right. Ostentatiously so. Ta-da! Oh, gotta take away the unused. Oh, no. Somehow that one got away from me. But we can fix that. That's the problem with the find and replaces, is that you can have funny sequences. If you have everything incredibly regular, then it's all well and good. But if you've got spaces different, that can screw up your find and replaces. And the more you're using weird things like grep to do complicated stuff, the more you can completely hose yourself with some kind of backfire or error. So often I like to have it be fairly straightforward. Gotcha. Now, Surge Tide, do you have the same problem? Yes, you do. Gotcha. I would like as many of these as possible to compile without issue. Sometimes that can happen. I think one of the things that helps is after an early phase where I was really into it, I leaned away from calling on the rand function a lot. And when they're the VSTs, they can easily be made in such a way where, they've all got to be left and right channel because VSTs run stereo by default. And oh, there's a dither. There's a dither, and I think we're using a noise factor, so and we know exactly what this is and how to use it and why it's there. So no concern there. Done. 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 I should remember I have this tone slant. Come to think of it, what do we have in tone slant? We have some kind of funky something going on is what we've got. Yeah. So that's just basically making a huge moving average and adding or subtracting it. Pretty sure that's what that's about. Yep. Yep, that's nothing but a moving average. Or a adjusted moving average? What's happening with... Nope. It's just sort of fall away. It's a moving average-like thing, which is also like a ramp shape. It's a altered moving... It's an altered FIR filter. Okay, so maybe I don't care so much about that one. Heck with it. Oh, hello, we got stuff going on here too. And it is Randy, so we can pick either thing. I remember seeing this before. There we go, got there. And I think this is going to have the same issue. Sure enough. No, we've got even more going on here than we had. But it's effectively the same. This is put together in a different way. I don't like that. FTB, that is my noise. That is my noise. I don't like the way that looks. I want it to be different. That is what it should look like. I don't know why it looks different than that. FPDL divided by UN32 max, it should look like this. I'm more confident in that. See, we're casting this to double and then dividing it by an integer. But if it's been cast to double, then I believe dividing it by the integer is also going to return a double. And of course, that's what we've got. So all to the good. That got us there anyhow. And we have synchronized the appearances of things. Alrighty. To final, have you got any randoms in you or other weird things that need fixing? Nope. On the other hand, here we have stuff that's going to totally need a bunch of fixing. Literal TPDF dithers. We know exactly what's happening here. We got to increment these things. So and now we have incremented the things. Now what's this going to do to me? Same thing, I bet you. But worse, more so. More is going on. And I'll tell you why. This one, we keep having to change things. It's like Paul Wide. Only more so. So here's what we're going to do. We don't need this to be done up here. We're doing it at the base, so it's kind of similar to those other situations where we don't need this to be up here. Likewise with that. And then we're going to go through and assign all of these correctly, and then we're going to put the increments in. So, caps lock. L, L, R, L, L, R, R, L, L. Then in the next one, same deal. L, L. And now we got to go through and do this where we need it. So when we're trying to do two of these in a row, they have to be incremented like this. You have to get it every single bloody time, including on both of the versions. Wait, that's not what I meant. And then likewise for R. There and here. Save that, build it, and we should be good. There we are. Upgraded TPDF wide, run more efficiently and not block on Linux, and hopefully people will enjoy it. On to Transdesk. I hope this builds with that issue. Good, thank you. Tremolo. Tremolo square. Hey, you wacky squares. How you doing? Triple spread. Completely the opposite kind of thing from tremolo square. Much more complicated. Tube. Completely the opposite thing from triple spread. Much more simple. Tube 2, because people got mad at me for tube. A lot more going on there. Which doesn't always make it better, mind you. Tube desk. EULA. Because we all love our EULA, right? Ultrasonic. Good, good. Ones that we're probably not going to use. Ultrasonic light and medium were like, oh, hang on. Oh, I better know why this is doing what it is. We have no parameters. I know why it made that many errors. It's fine. Ultrasonic medium. I bet this will do the same thing, and I can show you. See, 9 errors, but a lot of them are the unused parts. So that's fine. We can leave that alone. Hey, we're doing good time. We're cranking along. Ultrason X built with that issue. It's recent enough that nothing weird is going to happen. Unbox. Does it have random numbers in there somewhere? Nope, doesn't look like it does. And hey, we got to V. How's that? Very mu. Also known as, didn't want to just call it pressure again. I could do a very mu too and try to make it act more like hardware device. So that's one of the things people would be looking for that and thinking in terms of specific hardware unit rather than optimal plug-in to achieve a goal. Vibrato with FM synthesis. My vibrato does have FM capabilities. Oh, okay. This might be a big pile of mess. Watch and see. This is going to be a big pile of mess. Do we have, yes, we have the updater down here, so we don't need it up here. It's harmless, it's not going to break anything, but we don't need this. So take that away from both of them. That one's not even updated. Hello. And I'll tell you why, because this needs to be changed too. So let's open up a previous one that I know has got what I need in it. This is the code we use, not that. We use this code. Let's go in and fix both of these final dithers. Oh, that's actually, I had it up here. I don't know why I don't. Down there. There we go. And now we still have issues, but not the same ones. And this updates down here, that's fine. See, this is the one where I've got all of these in here to do. So let's get about doing them, I guess, huh? Caps lock. Go on, caps lock. Thank you. That's as many of that. And now, right, and then I'll do it for the other one. Got there. And now same for this. Got there. And R, and then I got a bunch of pasting to do. Alrighty, now the incrementer. Because now we could build, but it would just be a large flat dither without the qualities it needs. It needs to have the distinct and original rand call each time, so I got to do it like this. And that got there. Back to the lefts for this. Oh no. No, no, no. I don't know how that happened. It keeps happening to me. Rights, lefts. Where did I leave off? Needs to be here. Thank you. It's before ab sample each time. And that's enough. It's between all the ones that actually require new variables. And R. No. Why do you keep doing that to me? I swear to God I didn't type anything. It just kind of did it. Alright, sample. See ya. And there's our final one. And the second batch. Oh, I know what happened. Watch this. Command arrow, which I was hitting by mistake, because I didn't realize it was the thing. Command arrow will take me to the bottom of the page. Command up arrow will take me to the top of the page. Watch. Boop. Boop. So that's how I was doing it. I was hitting command arrow by mistake because arrow was still down when I was hitting command. Well, anyway, got there. How's my... Oh, my fire's going out already. I need another log on the fire. I'm getting so close to being done, but this is taking all day. I knew that it was going to take all day, though, I'll tell you. Not actually a surprise, that. That's just how it goes. This pathetic log is not on fire. Not the way that I know it could be. It ain't nothing but smoldering. That's useless. Come on, you. You can do so much better than that. It will. It'll get going. I believe I see flames already. It might have actually been smoldering that whole time, which would not be good, but that's the kind of thing, like as long as you keep an eye on it, you see what's happening, you're able to catch it. Verbity. I think I just got the denormalization out of that. I think that's what I had just done. So, vinyl dither, it is fixed. Before I go to voice of the starship, let us just be thorough, and we're going to go and open up the AU version of vinyl dither. Just to see if I got it when I got it. Because I've been surprised before today. Nope. Looking good, except for we don't need to do slightly different. But I'm going to call that good enough. It's different, but not, I think, in a significant way. Voice of the starship, how are you doing? We have a problem. Darn it. However, it's not that big of a problem, I don't think. Little caps lock and L. I remember doing this. Gotcha, the random walk. That's what it's supposed to be. 32-bit dither, 64-bit commented out. That's all good. A lot of setup. Oh, and we don't have to do the denormalization because we're not using the input at all. So build it, call it good, close. Voice trick. Good. Wider. Hi, you need fixing. And this is the kind of fixing that you need. Excuse me. There we go. Wider, getting a little more efficient in its advanced stage. Now we're going to go through and open up all of this stuff so that I can plow right through to the end. That's how close we are to being finished for the day. We've gone through all the Mac VSTs this way. I don't need all these source folders to be open though, that's dumb. I will later, but I don't need them right now. Symplectomorph. I'm pretty sure that people are used to the kind of cab emulation things you get from regular developers. I find that when I put a mic up on a speaker and I have the sound set up the way that I want, there is a intense loudness, pungency, and projection. I feel I'm getting that pretty well. People might not be used to it. It's meant to not sound like everybody else's cab simulations. So I'm thinking it's what that is. Also, the window of the convolution impulse is a lot shorter than one usually uses, and it's like raw coding rather than reverb impulse like application. So it's just different. It's okay if people are expecting exactly the same as they've always had, except for, I don't know, some different color or something, and then they get handed something that acts really different. So it's completely fine. If you want to tease people about those negative expectations, you're free to do so. I've been nice about them, but I can't say as I necessarily agree with the negative reactions. I think that I kind of got something sounding maybe better than the stuff that I've heard. That's what I try to do, but you never can tell. It's really the kind of the final word there, as you never can tell. X notch. We might be finished before 6, guys. We might be finished before 6. Because these are recent enough that they should be very predictable in their behavior. I think these will all compile just fine with that issue. They're very consistent. I've gone through all the ones that had weird tricks and problems and issues and stuff, and now we're just doing the final ones. And when they're that straightforward, I can follow my pattern and not move the windows to where you can see them necessarily, but we don't need to see them. And charge onwards. I've got Command B and Command F under my fingers, and those are the only things I need to do within Xcode. Handy when you've got that. If you have to do things like select stuff from a menu, it slows you right down. Or type something in each time, that's going to slow me down a lot for the Windows builds. If I have to do a series of actions that would take me 10 times as long as this. So the Windows builds are going to be taking me time to do. On the other hand, once I've got everything together, the Linux builds are just run a script, you're done. And that's kind of exciting. That'll be worth doing. Command B. We got there. We got there. Yay! Yay! That's all the Mac VSTs. What I have left to do here is, like, first of all, I probably need to write a script to put all of the retro AUs and VSTs into a particular folder, and I believe I can do that. I need to drag all of the AU code into a dedicated, I need to make the signed be exactly the same code as what I've got in the regular one, except for with a key change, which is a particular search and replace that I'll do on the lot. And I'll be doing that. VSTs, I need to have all of that Mac VST source code copied over onto another thing, and that's another repetitive strain injury kind of thing going on, but it's simple and straightforward, so it's just a repeated series of actions. And once I'm finished doing those things, there is the time-consuming and cumbersome Windows build process, and I can go through that on stream, and it'll be hell, but I'll get there, and that's how I get people the Windows VSTs. The Linux ones, once I've got them all copied over to the relevant place, are going to be a breeze by comparison. And once I have the relevant files in place, I can actually go through the signed Mac and signed Mac, AU, and VST pretty quickly, partly because the modern machine is more responsive than this antique laptop. And we're going to call that a day. I finished up by 5. And I need to make dinner. I might need to lay down a little bit. And I'll be back tomorrow because we're still doing this. I'm not going to switch over to doing music again until I'm finished doing this. Which might be a while. It might be a while because once I'm finished doing all of this, it's time to start uploading it to the website. And that is something that I could let you in on. Again, once I have everything ready, I'm going to upload everything to the relevant page on the website individually. So all the old articles about, like, original slew or whatever will have the current download attached to them. And that's not the case at the moment. So if you go to some of those old ones, like, I don't know, Aura or something, you'll probably get a download that doesn't have the signed stuff in it. And I need to fix that. It's just a huge task. There's a lot to it. So once I have this all ready, it'll be time to go in and do that. And that will be a whole thing, but not that impossible of a thing. It's just all of the individual stages of packaging and organizing everything are about as time consuming as this. But hey, yesterday we compiled all of the retro AUs. Today we compiled all of the retro VSTs. I'm going to continue through this as best I can. And I'll talk to you folks later. And you will have these when I have them available to give. Until then, we do no music. We're not doing anything. We're just showing up and doing this demanding process until everything is done. Because there's been a lot that needed doing. Honestly, the uploading stuff to the website properly so that you can download individual things and get the current stuff, that needed to be done a long time ago. It's just so mind-numbingly time-consuming and grueling. But it's time. I have updates on everything, so it's time. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Done for the day.